Good afternoon. Welcome to the Lincoln City Council meeting of April 10th, 2023. In accordance with LB 898, please be advised that a copy of the Open Meeting Act is posted at the back of the chamber by the northwest door. Let us all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a brief moment of silent meditation.
I can fix that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The order of business of the Lincoln City Council is as follows. The clerk will call the items listed under the agenda. Under public hearing, anyone wishing to speak on an item should come forward after the clerk reads that item. The council shall require any member of the public desiring to address the council to identify themselves, the name of an organization or group, including an address that you may be representing by such person or group, unless your address requirement is waived to protect your security or the security of this individual. The applicant may then make one short rebuttal. Each speaker should begin by stating their name, address, organization or group, and whether you are speaking in favor of or in opposition to an item. Testimony is limited to 5 minutes per speaker. After all public hearings, the council will vote on resolutions and items listed under third reading. On the second and last Mondays of the month, immediately prior to adjournment, anyone may speak on any issue not on the agenda for that date nor planned for a future agenda. This evening is one of those sessions for open public comment. Madam Clerk, will you please read the first item of business?
Today's agenda for Monday, April 10th, 2023, our first item of business is our consent agenda, sections 1 and sections 2.
Is there anyone present to testify on any item in section 1 or section 2? Section 1 or section 2, please come forward. Seeing none, let's move on.
Okay, we can now vote on these items. Item 1A is distribution of idle funds for the month ending February 28th, 2023, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Shob,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1B is setting the Board of Equalization hearing date of Monday, May 1st, 2023 at 3 p.m. on the College View Maintenance Improvement District, Havelock Maintenance Improvement District, North 27th Street Maintenance Improvement District, South Street Maintenance Improvement District, University Place Maintenance Improvement District, and the West O Street Maintenance Improvement District, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Shob,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Items 2A and 2B were introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Shob.
Yes.
Suarez.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Okay, that concludes our consent agenda. We shall move on to section 4, public hearing liquor resolutions. I'll be calling item 4A and 4B together. Application of Oshi Inc. doing business as Gray Whale Sushi and Grill for a Class I liquor license located at 129 North 10th Street, Suite 113, and the related manager application of Handy Effendi.
Is there anyone present to please come forward?
Okay.
Welcome.
Oh, right here. No, you're fine. You're fine. Okay. Raise your right hand. I'm just going to swear you in. Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth you verily believe it to be?
Yes.
Okay. You can state your name and your address and tell us why you're here.
My name is Handy Effendi. My current address is 7110 Van Dorn Georgetown Apartment, Lincoln, Nebraska 68506.
Welcome. Could you tell us a little bit about your application and what your business
Yeah,
will be doing?
I just recently take over a Graywell Sushi grill on 10th Street. The address is 129 North 10th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska, suite number 113, 68508. I'm trying to get the liquor license for, and then,
Because you recently took it over, is that correct?
Yes.
So you need a new okay.
yes.
Makes sense to us. Very good. Are there questions, comments
No.
for our applicant? All
Thank you.
right. Seeing none, thank you for being here. All right. Next item, Madam Clerk. Or is there anyone else present to testify on this item? Items 4A and 4B. All right. Seeing none, we can please move on.
I'll be calling item 4C, manager application of Abigail L. Hoke for Southeast Community College doing business as Course Restaurant located at 8800 O Street.
Hello again.
Nope, I don't have to testify yet. Go ahead.
Well, my name is Abigail Hoke. I am a co-director of the program in the culinary department of SCC. We have a Course Restaurant open to the public. They have already a liquor license. I'm just asking to be taken on as manager.
Very good. Are there questions for Abigail or comments?
No.
We got to meet before the meeting. You have some family members here, so they've been very patient. So
Future council person.
yes, future council people. That's right. Thank you very much for being here. Oh, Councilman Shope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before COVID, I was able to visit the restaurant a couple of times, and then we all kind of went a little crazy. Are you back open for the public for meals?
We are back open.
So tell me those hours, please.
For lunch, we're open Monday through Thursday, 11 to 2. And then we are also open to the public. We have a class. It's called Banquet and Buffets. We prep on Mondays, but then we're open to the public Wednesday nights from, I believe it's 6 to, it depends, but usually the whole 5 courses are served by 7 o'clock.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good. Thanks for being here. Anyone else present to testify on this item? Item 4D, C, item 4C. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's move on.
I'll be calling item 4D, manager application of Joshua Gendera for Kinseth Hotel Corporation, doing business as Residence Inn located at 5865 Bobley Lane.
My name is Joshua Jandra, and I just took over general managership of the Residence Inn here in Lincoln, 5865 Bobley Lane, and just the manager's application.
Thank you for being here. Are there questions, comments for our applicant? All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else present to testify on this item? Item 4D. Item 4D? Seeing none, let's move on.
I'll be calling item 4E, application of Fast Taco LLC, doing business as Tipsy Tina's Taco Cantina for a special designated license to cover an outdoor area measuring approximately 35 feet by 100 feet at 800 Q Street on May 5th, 2023, between 2 p.m. and 11:55 p.m.
Joel Shasso, owner, Tipsy Tina's Taco Cantina, 1053 Middleton Avenue, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68521. I am here before the council again requesting the approval of our SDL for the Cinco de Mayo event on May 5th, where we will take the street, 8th Street, between just north of Q, to the alley.
Very good.
I'm here if you have any questions.
All right, questions for Joel? Councilman Shope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joel, thanks for coming down again.
Thank you.
How was St. Patrick's Day?
St. Patrick's Day was great. The weather wasn't perfect, but the city of Lincoln is wonderful, and we had tremendous support.
So your event for Cinco de Mayo, that is a family-friendly event? You're inviting
Family
everybody?
friendly, absolutely. And we will have the live llamas there for pictures and petting. Hopefully they don't spit on
Spitting,
you.
yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Joel.
Thank you.
Good to know. Live
I'm
llamas.
sorry, hours. Just
The hours of this event, we will go from 2 p.m. till midnight. We'll have the street shut down earlier than that for our setup purposes, but the outside event will start at 2.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
He totally got me at live llamas.
Yeah. It's hard to beat that. That's right. Thank you, Joel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else present to testify on this item? Item 4E, anyone else? Okay, seeing none, let's move on.
Okay, I'll be calling item 4F and 4G together. Application of the Bar at the Yard LLC, doing business Longwells, for special designated licenses to cover an outdoor area measuring approximately 350 feet by 230 feet at 350 Canopy Street, 601 R Street on April 22nd, 2023, from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. And the related application of Homegrown Industries Lincoln, doing business as Mellow Mushroom, for special designated licenses to cover an outdoor area measuring approximately 350 feet by 230 feet at 350 Canopy Street, 601 R Street on April 22nd, 2023, from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Good afternoon. I'm Eric Marsh with Longwells 350 North Canopy Street, Lincoln, Nebraska 68508. We are applying for an SDL for the spring game. This will be one of our top 5 crowds of the year. I know it's hard to believe with home football games, but the spring game always beats a couple of the actual home games due to weather, record, opponent, whatever the case may be, but this will be a top 5 day for us. So we're here to apply for an application to, I'm going to use the phrase, activate the entertainment district.
Questions for Mr. Marsh, comments? Councilwoman Washington.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Marsh, thank you for coming down. I do have a couple of questions because in reading both this application and the application from Mellow Mushroom, which are we're calling them
Yep.
both together right now, there were different pieces of information, and so I just had a couple of questions, if you don't mind.
Please.
Would you walk me through the schedule? It looks like the event is scheduled from 12 to 8 p.m., and then I saw it going to 1 a.m. So tell me what the difference
All
is.
right. It's an overlapping event. The rail yard exists every day of the week, right? And especially on weekends. So there will always be activity in the rail yard. The rail yard closes at 1 o'clock on Friday and Saturday. Well, closes at 1 o'clock every day, but it's used on Friday and Saturday most regularly that late. We're only asking to have an SDL event, which would be the street closures from 12 to 8. All right, and then that's where we would have the activity in the street. At 8 o'clock, we would close off the street and continue with the regular, normal rail yard activity for that night.
So the street is opened at 8 o'clock, and then you just move to the rail yard?
Yes, at 8 o'clock, we will close off the street, and then the vendors there will have, I think the special event application runs till 10, when it said duration of event or something like that for anyone, if we end up with food trucks or anyone operating in the street, they'll have a couple hours to clean up and clear out the street after that. But actual SDL application would be from noon to 8.
Okay.
And it's a little, given the context of the rail yard, it's a little convoluted to be able to describe all that on printed paper.
Okay. And then I think this was the SDL application, it said, here are your food vendors.
Okay.
And you list 4, Longwells Gate 25, Hero 88, Mellow Mushroom. You
Yes.
indicate there'll be some food trucks up to 8 or 9.
We're hoping to get up to 8.
Okay, up to 8, okay.
Yes, and that is separate from the normal vendors or the normal tenants that are there serving food in the area.
Okay. And then later on in the application, when asked, like, who's in, a number
Yeah.
of folks said, we're not in. And I think it was around whether or not they were supporting the bagging of meters. So are they part of the application? Are those businesses part of this, or are they not part of this application?
So this application is Mellow Mushroom and Longwells.
Okay.
All right, and like I said, and we're filling out the form, the food in the event, I mean, will come from all 4 tenants.
Okay. Oh, so they'll have a tent?
No, tenants.
Oh, tenants, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So the contact list for the event are just the 2 businesses or the 4 numbers that were listed?
So I apologize, we had filled that out previously. There are 3 contacts. One is WRK,
Okay.
who is the landlord, and then Longwells, and then Mellow Mushroom.
Thank you.
We have corrected that on our current application.
Okay, I downloaded my
Yes,
agenda
no,
a couple
I'm talking
days
about the next one.
ago.
but
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Don't think I have any more questions, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Shob.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Eric, thanks for coming down. Springboarding off of one of Councilman Washington's questions, a few years ago, we used to see everybody in the rail yard engaged on this.
Yes.
We don't see as many people anymore. Can you explain to me what's going on down there?
Well, there aren't as many people in the rail yard as there once were. To begin with, there's only 4 tenants. We've offered to have everyone be involved in this. A couple of the tenants have chosen not to be involved, so we are going to make account for that and keep the area as open for all the current tenants, but also expanding it for those that choose to participate in an SDL. I can't speak for the other businesses. I'm dying to have an entertainment district activated in Lincoln, Nebraska.
We've been talking a lot at the council about the rail yard, the Haymarket, and we get lots of emails, and mostly about parking.
Yes.
Is parking an issue for you?
Not really. Personally, I got a parking pass, but we don't have a lot of people come into our establishment that are complaining about parking. There's 3 big garages that are only about a block away, so.
In the last
Fill
couple,
them completely full.
over the last couple of weeks, along with that parking conversation, there's been some of the businesses in the market have expressed concern that they don't feel as safe as they used to, that their patrons might not feel safe.
Okay.
Do you feel that your patrons are safe, or?
I do feel that our patrons are safe.
Yeah.
And
You have no-
there's
you have no
probably a
concerns about-
separate conversation to have about that is not tied to Husker Game Day.
I agree.
Which is about as family-friendly, safe as Lincoln really gets, since everybody's out.
Yeah.
There's probably a separate one to have about some of those areas and some of the activities of the last couple of weeks, but
Yep, I agree. We
All right.
And the last thing I wanted to talk with you about is the application. Much as Councilman Washington said, we got the application early and it didn't look done, and then later on it came again.
yes.
I thought we streamlined the system to make that a little easier.
So we thought we had everyone on board. We didn't, so we ended up pausing and submitting and then coming back and fixing it up. I promise you on the next application, we will have that as straight as we can get it.
A little stressful for us when we think, yeah.
I apologize for that. It's been fairly stressful for us to get through all those processes with the timeline and everything as well. But we're doing the best we can to get as many of the forms turned in as we can, as quickly as we can.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, other questions, comments? Yes, Councilwoman Washington.
I would like to ask Scott Park.
Nope.
Nope. I'd like to ask AC Stilley a question.
Thank you.
Is that it for me?
Yes.
For now, thank you. We might have you come back, Mr. Marsh, in a bit. Thank you, AC. Thank you, Assistant Chief Stilley, for coming forward.
Yes, Jason Stilley, Lincoln Police Department.
Good afternoon. I'm aware that when we have a football game and a lot of SDLs, sometimes there's a limit to how many we can have based on staffing. I think that we approved about 3 SDLs a couple of weeks ago for the same spring game. Have you looked at the number of SDL applications that have come in and been approved? Do you have any idea about what staffing and how you'll be able to handle the game and SDLs?
Yeah, it's a complex question. So staffing's always a concern on Husker game days. You recognize that our police department is very small per capita, and we are currently 30 below that number of authorized strength. So it is not abnormal to see overtime just to bring us up to a minimum staffing requirement, and that's every day, okay? So on game days, it's all hands on deck, and we have a traffic detail that we have to staff, but then we also supplement the officers inside the stadium because the stadium is critical infrastructure, and there are, at least 120,000, if you take the stadium plus the footprint outside that we're responsible for, that we aid in the responsibility of. So the more details that we add to that day, the more diffused our resources get, and it's very difficult to staff everything.
Do you have any feeling about how many SDLs can you usually handle? Or, I realize your numbers are down, like you said, but I think they were down last fall, and I think we had a number of days with multiple SDLs.
Right, it's a moving target. I think, to Mr. Marsh's point, I think that the spring game is a different feel. You've all been downtown on one of those Husker game days and plus a spring game. I think it's more of a family atmosphere. I think there's less alcohol involved. I think they're a little easier to manage. I think our traffic details are a little bit less than a full game. And so I do believe right now that we have an adequate staffing for our traffic plan. I have no idea if we're able to staff additional officers in the rail yard, but we are a resource for the city, and so we will certainly do everything that we can. I do want to point out that while I'm a police officer and I want to make things safe for everyone, I'm also a community member. And so the rail yard is a crown jewel of Lincoln, and we all want it to be successful. It's just that I do have some concerns. Certainly, Mr. Marsh can't control our staffing, but one thing that I would like to point out going forward is one thing that he can control is the timeliness of the application. It does put a lot of stress on the city clerk and other city staff, especially when this comes in at the 11th hour.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you, AC. Other questions while we have Assistant Chief still up here? All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions for our applicant? I guess, Mr. Marsh, I do have a question for you. If you don't mind, please coming up one more time. Do you also, Councilman Bowers? Okay. I don't know. Anyone else before? All right.
All right.
Thank you for coming back. I just thought of one while Assistant Chief Stilley was speaking. Do you have your own security measures or people at the door? Or how does that work for your own establishment?
Yes, we have doormen, we check IDs. We actually, about 6 months ago, well, over a year ago, we bought scanners. About 6 months ago, we went to everyone gets scanned once we go into what I call our nightclub mode on Fridays and Saturday nights. So we are actually scanning everyone who comes through the door, and then we're taking a picture of them and attaching that. And without going into any of the details of the last couple of weeks, we're actually cooperating with all of the things. We also have 32 cameras that record round the clock in our establishment. Now, most of that is all meant to be a deterrent. I mean, when you take someone's ID and you scan it into a machine and you take their picture and attach it to that ID, 99.9% of Nebraskans would realize I probably shouldn't do anything bad while I'm wearing this outfit in this establishment that just took my picture. We have found that to be a very good deterrent inside the building. And until a couple weeks ago, it had worked real well for us for the last 6 months. So we've had, in essence, one incident. And like I said, I don't know any of the details of what transpired, but we are cooperating with everyone to hopefully resolve all of that. Or at least provide any information we can. All right.
Are most people willing to go through those measures, or do they resist those measures? Or
The middle 60% of the world doesn't care. They're walking in, you ask them for their ID, you say smile. Some of them give us fish lip poses, whatever, they don't care. There's about a 20% that's naive, that's like, why are you doing this? And we just reply, we find if we take your picture, people behave a little better, and it actually gives those people a little bit of comfort. And then there's probably 20% on the other end that when you're taking it and they're asking you, they're questioning, well, what are you doing? And then we're informing them. We find that when we take your picture, it serves as a good deterrent. And like I said, you can tell the ones that need to hear the message and the ones that don't based on how they ask the question. But 2 out of 3 people don't even ask. They just do it, smile, and move on.
so you have that happening at all of your entrances? Is that
So
correct?
we funnel to one entrance. When we go into that mode, we funnel to one entrance,
Okay.
one scanner, one person responsible for everyone in the bar. So if he turns around and sees someone he has not scanned, he stops the door, goes over, scans them, finds out how they got in through a back door, through a friend, through whatever, and then we move forward. So our goal is to have 100% scan on the evenings. Now, once again, none of that will occur before 8 o'clock on a Husker game day. It'll probably be 10 o'clock that night before we go into that mode and do that.
And that is because that's your nightclub?
Yes,
mode?
and I will say, yes, it's a different crowd, it's a different demographic, it's a different feel, it's a different vibe, all right? We're a large sports bar, and it, there aren't a lot of sports on at 11 o'clock on a Saturday night. And so we are more music-oriented, more alcohol-oriented than we are sports club and great wings. And they are great, let me tell you. Okay?
My last question, and thank you, my last question
worries.
is, I think you told us this before, but my last question is, what is the capacity? Have you had to turn people away when you get to capacity, or how does that work?
So are you talking about in the establishment? I think our capacity is around 120 total standing. I'm not positive. 140, I talk to Chuck about that every year. When we're in restaurant mode, where we have our tables and chairs, it's only 88. But I think it more than almost doubles when you remove, because we take out all of our bar stools and our tables and our chairs on Husker game day, during big PBA events, and on Saturday nights, we'll remove all the bar stools so that it gives us more room so that we can have a higher capacity.
Okay, understood.
All right. Okay, before I leave, my apologies. I will be here in a week, and I will apologize then again for that Morgan Wallen SDL that's coming. Guys, we just got a process with our landlord where we can ask for these events, get them pre-approved so that we don't end up here without the appropriate signatures, the appropriate buy-in. All right, and that just came to bear in the last few weeks, and as soon as it happened, we started this process because these SDLs are big for the rail yard, they're big for the entertainment district, and I would say this, on the certain days, they are big for Lincoln. It brings a lot of people into one place. The most popular place in Lincoln, Nebraska on a football Saturday is Memorial Stadium. The second most popular place is the rail yard. And we will be there. Captain Stilley's team will already be there regardless if we have an SDL or not, with a number of resources. It's not that the SDL creates the need for them, it's that the SDL requires them. Okay, and I don't expect on the first few we do to get a bigger crowd because it's an SDL. I expect it until we've built that as an entertainment, as an additional thing. We're using the street, the extra areas to play games, because in the rail yard there just isn't time to play cornhole. Out in the street there is. There is no place to bring in food trucks. On game days, we're selling beer as fast as we can sell beer. And I don't mean to say that derogatorily, but that's what game day, that's when we feast. Having beer trucks there, or not beer trucks, sorry, having food trucks there or having other people there makes the environment better for the people that are coming to the area, all right? And so that's why we've applied for these. I know that it's all last minute. I know that we've had incomplete applications. We've got 3 huge events in the next 30 days. The spring game, Morgan Wallen, and Kenny Chesney. We also have Wiz Khalifa and Shania Twain. We're not doing SDLs for them because they're not as big as those 3 are. Okay? All right, my apologies again.
Thank you. We are working on the food truck thing.
Yes.
We're trying to get those for you.
Yes, okay, that's
All
what
right.
we're, all right.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone else present to testify on this item? Anyone else? All right. Seeing none, let's move on.
We can now vote on these items.
Okay. Councilman Shope, I would recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, I usually motion that we approve all of them. Is there any before I make that motion, are there council people that like to hear something different?
Any discussion? Thank you for that.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Could you repeat yourself, Councilman?
At this point in the agenda, I usually make a motion that we approve all in one lump sum. Are there council members that would like to break these apart or hear them done individually? Is there a desire to do that?
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate the question. I'm okay moving forward. I did want to get some answers on the Longwells application that I feel okay with now. So I'm okay moving forward as a group.
I am okay moving forward as a group on this because, excuse me, my microphone. I'm okay with moving forward as a group because it's the spring game and an afternoon, basically, SDL.
Before I make the motion, I'd like to make one more statement, Madam Chair. Is it safe to say that we as a council are concerned and we're going to do some more investigation into this issue?
Yeah, yes. Let's make a motion and then let's talk a little bit.
Okay?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve items 4A through 4G.
I second.
Seconded by Becky. As further discussion. Right. Yes, Councilman Beckius.
Thank you, Chair Ward. Just wanted to mention, thank you, sir, for coming forward, Mr. Marsh. And the sooner that we can get these applications, the better, especially as we look at events that draw potentially thousands of people to a limited space. We have had safety concerns in the area. Security must be top of mind as we go through some of these processes. And we take a historical look when it comes to, providers and the histories that they come to us with when it comes to security. And so, you know, we understand very well that game day in Lincoln, Nebraska is a big deal. We understand that for businesses such as yourself, game day in Lincoln, Nebraska is a big deal. And as a citizen of Lincoln, Nebraska, I enjoy game day in Lincoln, Nebraska as well. We just want to make sure that the process is as safe as it can be for the residents of the city. And that means taking a scrutinizing look at providers as well. And we will continue to look at history as to the performance of these providers, as to whether or not we'll be granting STLs moving forward, because you know, it's security is paramount when we are talking about providing extracurricular activities here in the city, and we just want to make sure that those processes are as thought out and thoughtful as possible.
Thank you, Councilman Beckius. Any other discussion, Councilwoman Washington?
I have nothing to add. I think Councilman Beckius really summed it up. At the end of the day, it's always safety.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other? Okay. I would just reiterate what's been said, and I do depend on the council members who are on the Internal Liquor Commission for their advice and guidance for the rest of us. But our job is, as much as we all love football Saturdays and especially the spring game to kick us off, our job is to keep people safe in Lincoln. And so thank you, Mr. Marsh, for taking some extra measures, but we do need to scrutinize from time to time the SDLs, and certainly our world has changed and Lincoln has been fortunate, but we need to keep it safe for all. So thank you for all that's been said, and without further ado, if there are no more comments, we can go to the vote, Madam Clerk, if you would.
Schob,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
All right.
Okay.
We may move on.
That concludes section 4 of our agenda. We shall move on to section 5, public hearing resolutions. Item 5A is approving the design building contract or the construction management at risk contract delivery system for all public projects for water, wastewater, utility, or sewer construction, including the Teresa Street Capacity Improvement Project and a water supply development project for Lincoln Water Systems, Water 2.0, provided for in the Political Subdivision Construction Alternatives Act.
Good afternoon, Liz Elliott, Director of Lincoln Transportation Utilities, 555 South 10th Street. We did submit a proposed amendment that takes this construction manager at risk and covers the Teresa and Water 2.0 projects only, and appreciate your flexibility in continuing it a week so we could do that. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Director. Questions? Councilman McGinnis.
Yes, thank you, Director Elliott. I really appreciate you coming forward with this motion to amend, and made things a lot easier for the next few weeks, maybe a lot harder for the next city council to approve the whole overall reaching one. But at this point, appreciate it, and thank you for doing that.
Absolutely. And like we said last time, I don't think coming forward on individual projects is a big deal because it's not something that we're going to use that often. The ones that we know now are the Teresa Street, obviously, and then the anticipated are the Water 2.0 projects. So I don't know that there's going to be much beyond that, but someday we may be back. But for now, this covers it.
Very good. Other comments or questions for Director Elliott? None? Okay. Thank you, Director. We really appreciate your efforts on this.
Thank you very
Move
much.
the motion and amend it, right?
All right. Councilman McGinnis, I'd recognize you for your motion.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to amend
Second?
number 1 that is in front of us on 23R 102.
One more.
Yes. We do have a motion to amend and a second. Is there any further discussion? All right. Yes, Councilwoman Washington.
I just really wanted to let LTU know I appreciate the timeliness with which they did the substitute amendment and then took additional changes from me. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, any other discussion or comments? Seeing none, please call the vote on the motion to amend.
Suarez?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Now back to the main motion. The main,
I need a second on that.
yes, is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Washington. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Suarez?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Right.
I'll be calling item 5B. Appeal by Steve Blazik of Planning Commission approval of special permit 23005 to allow for a residential healthcare facility for up to 16 residents on the property generally located at 3737 Calvert Street.
All right. Let's start with Mr. Oops, sorry. Thank you. Mr. Blazik, thank you.
Madam Chair, council members, thanks for having us over. I'm Marty Fortney. I'm a neighbor, 3600 Calvert Street. I have had the chance of being on the applicant side many times. It was just a few years ago. The last, and I bring this up here, this subdivision, Garden View. This was one that took a lot of collaboration. You may recognize it. But it took a lot of collaboration with the planning commission, the planning staff, the building and safety, fire, health department, all the departments went through it. We were able to fit in 4.6 units per acre. That's single family dwellings. It's a high density. And they started at 190,000. Today they're about 290, sorry. But it was a process that worked very well. And the challenge that I have is that the 3737 Calvert Street application, it seems to me, in my humble opinion, that the staff are handcuffed with the way the ordinance is written. There's no reflection against Chris. I had a chance to shake his hand before the meeting today. Unfortunately, the applicant did not have a neighborhood meeting at all. He sent out some letters. And then what's interesting too is I think it's 200 feet requirement for the public hearing notice. Well, these lots on Calvert Street are about 100 feet wide, so literally the amount of letters that go out is pretty minimal. But the neighborhoods got together, visited, and a lot of these neighborhoods are second generation. They've been there 50 or 60 years. And it all boils down, and we've had a couple neighborhood meetings to kind of discuss everything, but it boils down to the parking issue. And right now, there's no parking on either side of the street on Calvert. The minimum required parking stalls for the applicant is 7. That seems grossly underestimated. People far more intelligent about the industry than me will be speaking about that. And that's the way the ordinance is written, the regs, the rules to allow this use in here. Nobody's debating that we need health care for a group home. That's an excellent idea. I'll be there myself shortly. But I just have a concern about when I was talking to some of the medical professionals, they're asking about PT, OT. These are visiting one-time visitors throughout the week. Maintenance, cooking staff, cleaning staff, hospice care. I mean, these are all people beyond what the state regulation is. It shows that they need one staff per 4 residents, and that's pretty loosely written. It doesn't dictate about all the people that are coming here. So you'll find out from people far more intelligently about that in terms of the parking, what's really needed. It is grossly underestimated. And so the challenge is this particular lot is fairly large, and it does have the ability to put the parking in the back. But then we're going to talk about stormwater issues. There's some real major concerns. So I'm asking for a traffic study. I asked the Planning Commission for that. There was a reason why. I don't remember exactly why, but they felt that it was small enough. This particular project is over 1 acre. Every time I develop something over 1 acre, it requires a storm water study. And so this particular spot is particularly concerning because we already have a problem that's been in place for many years. The other challenge I have is that and I believe there was a updated parking, but the numbers aren't working. And I build many parking lots, and the challenge is the numbers aren't working. So what I heard the Planning Commission say was, we're going to make sure, the building and safety are going to make sure that they comply with with the regulations, but that puts a lot of pressure on. We need to see some real numbers, some real data, because these numbers don't add up. I won't take the time to do the math, but there's about a 5 or 6 foot area. By stuffing the parking on the side there, we're meeting the minimum amount of parking, 7, and in a congested area already. I think we should be looking at something a little more appropriate. And the reason I say it is because in my subdivision here, we didn't do the minimum. I added low-rise center parking because of the density. And I'll tell you right now that our city streets where we have new development at, there's always a challenge for the parking when there's other people coming. So the parking issue is never going to go away, but certainly take a neighborhood that's been in here 60 years and trying to add and stuff in a commercial use, that's what we're asking for, and that's a big concern. I'm asking this council to look at the bigger picture as it relates to this neighborhood. It's not specifically targeted towards the applicant, Chris. I think his business model is a great model, but the other concern is there's many neighborhoods that we visited where they came and talked to us about, well, what about our lot or this lot? So we really need to I would encourage this council to take a look at the actual ordinance and see that it applies to everything. So any questions?
Sorry. Any questions, comments for the testifier? Yes, Councilwoman Washington.
Yes, ma'am.
I may have to ask this question of someone else as well.
Sure.
But in reading through the application, and you mentioned parking, so I'm just going to ask you a parking question. It looks like from my reading that there is no on-street parking, not because people don't want to, but is there an on-street parking ban on Calvert?
Monday through Friday.
Monday
I
through
think
Friday.
it was the neighbor. I've only been in the neighborhood about 6 years, but I believe it was in the 90s that the parking was shut down on both sides because there were so many people at Southeast High School. That was the challenge, so we couldn't get down the street. So,
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
That does answer my
Thank you,
question.
ma'am.
Other questions, comments? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I ask, is the applicant here? Would they like to come forward? Chris, would you like to come forward? Yeah. And we can start with you. That might be helpful for the council and those present. Thank you.
Yes, Chris Gilly, 3101 North 177th Street.
Thank you. Could you tell us a little bit about the project and the background? I know you've been through this with the Planning Commission.
Yes, absolutely. So this is really Big Brother helping a dream of little sister. This is just a family operation. My sister's been in healthcare as an RN for over 20 years, primarily in the senior care space, and several years ago approached me with just dreaming about a different way of doing things, taking care of elderly. And so together we came across the concept that's called residential assisted living. This is actually a vastly growing concept, over 30,000 residential care homes in the United States. And however, I think we're the first in Lincoln to actually have gone through the whole process where we've gone through rezoning, licensing, the building permit issues, all of those things. And so last year, we went through a similar process on our very first property. So again, like anything, a business is just an idea until you get it up and going. And so last year we proved out the model, and we opened a home on about 84th and South Street, 8421 Pinedale Court. And we have 6 residents in that home. It was a smaller home than we had initially anticipated. We had another property prior to that under contract and ran into some, really the records were wrong on the zoning, so we could not move forward on that particular property. And so we said, well, let's start with the small one and just make sure we really understand all of the assumptions as far as the caregiver ratio, things like, parking, things like staffing, exactly how things are going to operate. And so we did that last year. And things have gone wonderful. I'm sure my sister will come up here along with some others. It has been an absolutely fantastic concept that has been very remarkable, great testimonials. If you ever have a chance to go to our website, it's theharborseniorcare.com. It's a lot of great information there. And again, from my standpoint, primarily I was just really the investor and helping with 20 plus years of business background, helping my sister do this. But I have absolute certainty in this model, in the importance of it specifically for who we serve. The reality out there in the marketplace as it relates to taking care of our seniors, in business you often hear about the niche, find your niche. In senior care there is a gap that goes from home health care, because everybody wants to be at home, right? Everybody ultimately wants to be at home, but at some point, because of the number of hours of caretaking, the expense, it's just not realistic. On the other end, you primarily have institutional health care, institutional care. So large facilities, very high caregiver ratios, meaning the amount of people that are being taken care of by one person in a facility. And we focus exclusively in what's called memory care. So we work with elderly that have Alzheimer's and dementia. And so the environment that we are able to provide, I mean, is just world class. I'm very, very proud of what my sister has done and her team has done. And so because of that, and also, I mean, proof is in the pudding, we filled that first house in the first 30 days. So everything that we had built as far as marketing, and we just had to shut it all down. And so we proved that there is a need. We take a pretty extensive approach on then trying to find our next home. We have a pretty unique criteria, understanding there's challenges when you go into neighborhoods. And so there are certain neighborhoods we know it will be maybe too disruptive, or there's too many neighbors involved. And so when we came across this property on Calvert, it actually, for many different reasons, felt like a pretty unique fit. One is just the size of the lot. One thing we learned in our first home, we look at our back deck, and it's nothing but wildlife preserve. And so even though we're situated in a residential cul-de-sac, we have nothing behind us, and our residents absolutely love just sitting out in the back deck and seeing nature. And so we knew that was something we wanted to find. The extra land gave us, and again, we could talk about parking. One of the things we had to do in our current home was add 2 additional parking stalls, which never, ever get used, other than it's where the trash cans sit. So it's one of those things that obviously our residents don't drive. We have 2 to 3 caretakers. In this scenario, we'd have 3 to 4 caretakers. Under the current home, as it sits, the plan is to have 12 residents. Because of the size of the lot, and we knew we had the ability to add on to this home, and so working with the planning committee, they advised that we at this first application would just take it up to 16 residents. That is something that is still at this point not a solid plan of ours. We would like to open and operate with 12 residents. In fact, I would be fine with basically saying we keep it at that until we could even demonstrate that parking is not an issue. I'm fine not moving on with phase 2. So again, that was really in a collaborative effort with the Planning Commission of taking it to 16. And just some background on that, 16 is the number. If you go beyond that in the assisted living world, there's a whole nother set of regulations. And so it very much makes sense for us to not exceed 16 residents in any given facility. Not to mention, it just doesn't fit our model. We want to stay small and intimate. So again, I think, obviously, I shared this at the Planning Commission meeting. I live in Omaha. I live in a nice neighborhood. I was on the other side of this conversation 6 months ago because Costco is moving into our neighborhood. So 4 houses down from me, Costco is about to build a multiplex. So I understand people don't like change. People don't like change, and that's hard. What I can say is everything we do, we operate as a home. We don't bring in outside cleaners. We don't bring in outside cooks. Yes, we do have family that visits, but everything that we do is done by our caregivers. 3 to 4 caregivers there at a time. Traditionally, we'll change shifts at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Every once in a while, it changes from that, but the traffic that we have is I would say, very much the same as a given residential home. I have 7 children, 6 of which drive. So I have more traffic at my house between my own teenage, college-age drivers, and of course, like everybody, Amazon shows up 2 or 3 times throughout the day. And that's pretty much exactly what you get. We have groceries delivered from Hy-Vee, typically twice a week. We don't have the Amazon deliveries, like, again, because our residents aren't really ordering anything at that point in their life. And we have family that, might visit any time from a couple times a week to a couple times a month. But we do not have issues with parking. So I really feel like what's on the plan really is beyond adequate. So.
Thank you. Questions for, yes, Councilman Beckius?
Thank you, Chair Ward. You stated this a few times in the application and whereabouts verbally in the discussion just now, but just wanted to lay the numbers down again just to make sure I'm understanding them correctly. Residents, 16 at max, currently 12 with the configuration of the household as it stands today.
Correct.
And then you also stated that there would be no more than 4 caregivers during a shift that would actually be working in the facility at a time.
That's correct.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Councilwoman Schwoyes.
Thank you. I just had a question. You had mentioned your first location, and how many people are you serving there?
We have 6 residents.
Okay, I just I didn't catch that. Thank you.
Yep. And that's a 3-bedroom home, and this is a 6-bedroom home. It's currently 5, and we would add additional. There's additional room in the lower level that we're able to make into a 6-bedroom.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Bowers?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I got a couple of different questions, and because I'm just trying to wrap my mind around the impact on the community. So you are applying for a assisted living facility license or a nursing home license, or can you tell me a little bit about what license at the state level that you're applying for?
So there's 2 elements to it. The first one is a license with the state for assisted living facility. And then on top of that, we have what's called a memory care endorsement, which is actually quite a bit larger requirement from the standpoint of what we have to submit to them in order to become endorsed by the state to provide memory care.
So is an assisted living facility license, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around this, is that an umbrella term for all in-home services, or is it like assisted living facility is one license, nursing home care is one license, and skilled nursing home care is another license?
So some of those that you mentioned are actually related to people coming into your home to provide like a home health care. To my knowledge, the assisted living is the only, and now again, there's different licenses based on the number of occupants you would have. Mm-hmm. So again, as I stated before, if you were caretaking for above 16 residents, the regulations beyond whether it was considered residential or your typical nursing home, as we would all think about it, more institutional, that licensing level is a different license.
Right. So I guess, and I don't know if this matters in the grand scheme of things, but I'm just trying to get some base information. I guess how I understand it is you're applying for the assisted living facility, not the skilled nursing facility licensure.
Correct.
So from what we know about like dementia and Alzheimer's, knowing that, it can be, it is progressive. I mean, this isn't, I think, what I imagine based on the information that I have so far, this isn't like someone's like last place that they would stay at, right? I mean, if you are operating, and again, I could be totally wrong, but this is just how I see it. If you're operating as an assisted living facility where people can still meet their activities of daily living with non-complex nursing interventions, and if someone has Alzheimer's, and knowing that Alzheimer's is a progressive illness, I mean, is there a process then to transition someone out? What's the average length of stay?
Yeah, so we actually are considered a end-of-life facility, and so often hospice care would come in with some visits. So we have had one person that has passed away in our home, one of our early residents, and so hospice care did come in kind of during those last days to help support that process. And my sister will probably can do a lot better job explaining it. She's also the administrator, which is another licensing related to assisted living.
Okay, I guess I'm going to be interested to hear about that later on, because I guess when I hear Alzheimer's and when I hear of someone progressing through, you know, the aging process, Alzheimer's would require complex nursing care at some point. And it sounds like, and again, I could be off base, but an assisted living facility does not provide complex nursing care, and that is one of the things that separates them out from a skilled nursing facility. You get where I'm coming from, or am I incorrect?
Right. Well, I don't want to misrepresent or not provide you a complete accurate answer. So I think my sister would be better to talk through that technicality.
So you said that you had 4 staff. That there'll be a maximum of 4 staff there at all times.
Mm-hmm.
What's the minimum amount of staff that will be there? So if 4 is the maximum, what's the minimum amount of staff that families can be guaranteed that their loved ones would then have access to?
Typically 3. We during the nighttime hours when residents are sleeping, we typically have a little less that are there.
Point of order, can we please keep outside audience comments, do this in an orderly way? I feel like when people make outbursts like that, it kind of diminishes the process of trying to get actual information. So thank you. So you said that there would typically be at minimum 3?
Correct.
What is the credential of those folks that would be providing this service to folks who have Alzheimer's or memory care issues?
So typically they have a CNA designation. Many of our staff also have a MedAid designation, and then we also have a certification process for dementia care.
Is that ingrained into your policy? Like when I hear you say typically or usually, that to me does not sound like that's a minimum standard.
Right. So it is not a requirement in the state of Nebraska to be. So again, we're considered non-medical care. We are. So we do. They do not have to be. They do not have to have a CNA, but that's part of our training process. Is we have our residents. I'm sorry, not our residents. We have our employees, our caregivers, go through a CNA, and then if they want to continue to go on, they can get a MedAid. And again, they all work under an administrator. So my sister, who's the administrator, is the RN, and so that is there's a regulatory process with checks and balances behind that as well.
And I won't hit on this issue for too much longer, but I mean, you kind of get like where the disconnect I'm having in my mind when I hear assisted living facility, and as I'm interpreting what you're saying, based on the information that I have, that's non-complex medical care for individuals who have Alzheimer's, which will require complex medical care provided by a minimum of no medical education. You get where do you get how that's in my mind?
Yeah, I understand there's some scenarios there, right? And I think my sister would be able to. She's the administrator. She's the operator of what we do.
Another question that I have is, I don't have issue with this being a for-profit business. I really, really don't. The question that I have is, though, how do you receive payment? And again, I'm not hating on the for-profit model. I'm really, really not. I'm just thinking to myself of, in terms of stability, and if someone does come in, are they guaranteed to be there for the rest of their life? Help me understand that kind of this is new to me, so I'm just trying to figure that out.
Sure.
How does, like, if I was to put a loved one into your facility, I'm going to have some other admission questions, but what is the payment that happens? Is it insurance? Is it Medicare? Are you a Medicare provider, Medicaid provider?
So we do not do Medicaid or Medicare. We are private pay or long-term care insurance.
So then, and again, I don't mean to ask this question in a way that paints anyone in a negative light. I understand how the world works and whatnot. I'm just trying to get a sense of this. So if someone comes in private pay and their assets dry up, then would they be evicted, for lack of a better term?
Well, so we would
To paint that,
right.
I'm just
right. I mean, we would have to go through, typically, that's not something that's a surprise. I mean, this is especially in this industry, that type of stuff is vetted long before, as part of the admittance process, to really understand what the financial picture is. And then, of course, we would have to make a decision, that bring a lot of factors into that as far as, where would that go from there? But again, that's something that we vet during pre-admittance. I mean, really, there's an application process, and we're very clear as far as how we operate. The reality is, it is a lean business. I mean, you can't. The people who are making the money in this are the ones who build the large facilities and can really scale all of their operations. Today, we operate on a 1 to 3, sometimes even 1 to 2 caregiver to patient ratio. So, I mean, it's a very lean business from our standpoint. I'm the one who finances this, and again, this is a lot as much about, two things. It started with helping my sister, with something that I didn't necessarily have a personal passion for, and I think seeing what we've done and meeting the families and spending time with residents, it's, as you could say, it's grown on me considerably as far as what we're doing. It's a mission. Yes, technically on paper it's a business, but right now it's a business that I'm funding because I love the model.
Right. Is there a nursing assessment that's done when they come into your facility?
Yes.
Is your sister one that provides that
He
nursing
does 100%
assessment?
of them, correct.
And this might be a better question for your sister, and I apologize for taking up a ton of time here. Is the nurse that does that then the one who determines if there's a complex nursing intervention that needs to be done, or let me ask you, have you had folks that needed to be turned away before that would not be a good fit for your facility?
Yes. And that's part of the pre-assessment. Is this a right fit for the types of services that we provide?
And so there's 5 bedrooms, and from what I understand, like the basement would be turned into a bedroom. How many bathrooms are there?
4.
4.
And then we're actually adding the plan is to add a showering room in the middle of the home. Like a large walk-in, wheelchair accessible.
Do you have what kind of security system do you have for your facility?
We have an access control system, a security system, fire monitoring system, heat detection system. I mean, it's a high dollar. We've got fire suppression, sprinkler system, all of those things.
Okay.
Everything is key code, card swipe. We have cabinet doors that are all integrated with that system as well. So.
I'll just make one more comment, and then I think that's all the questions that I have for right now. The only reason why I'm bringing up kind of the state licensure process, and I get, that there's a state, licensure process they're going to go through. They'll vet you and whatnot. I just, when we talk about an assisted living facility going into a neighborhood, that sounds like a less change or a less dramatic change than a skilled nursing facility that would be going into a residential neighborhood. I think that's probably the biggest hiccup that I have right now is trying to align those two things in my head. So thank you.
Yeah.
I might have questions for you later on.
Thank you, Councilman Bowers. Other questions? Yes, Councilwoman Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming back to Lincoln for this hearing. I have questions not about admittance, not about how many, how you do that. I have questions about how, about the size, about parking, about stormwater drainage, lighting, things like that. So let's start with parking. I see that you've created, I saw the plan, you've created some parking off to the side and the back. But you also said that you're going to use the 2 garages that exist on the property, and the way you'd laid out the side parking in the back, it looks like you blocked the back garage.
That rear garage, that rear detached garage is not part of the parking plan.
Okay.
Right, so I think the requirement is 6 or 7 spots. We've got 7 if you include the front attached garage. which the front drive pulls into, and then the additional 5 spots in the back.
Okay. And so, given that you think you'll have 4 staff and they may all be there at the same time, I was wondering if you'd considered creating 8 parking spaces so that every staff member has it, because I can imagine there are days where there will be another staff person, and with the parking ban on Calvert, Monday through Friday, it seems like the right thing to do. You can answer that, and then I'm going to ask you a couple more.
I'm certainly open to making any kind of modification similar to that. In the plan, we also have a front circle drive, which would accommodate additional traffic and also would just allow for additional egress to get in and out of there as well.
And so that front circle drive would be double laned, so that should someone from hospice be there to provide some services, or a delivery is being made and the 8th staff person is there, or the 4th staff person is there, that you've got spaces for everybody.
Sure, right.
Okay.
So just to be clear, I don't think it's not drawn on the plan that way,
Okay.
but again, certainly willing to modify as needed.
Yeah.
And that might be a better solution. I mean, obviously, we'd want to evaluate any impact from water drainage standpoint.
I'm no engineer.
Yeah,
So
nor
just
am I
because
now.
I said it doesn't mean that it's all possible. I am just sort of looking at that parking. And I see that phase 1, you mentioned 12. Phase 2 would be 16. Could you tell us a little bit about when will you know that you want to go to 16? How does that change the staffing? How does that change the parking? How deep into the lot will you go at that point? If you add on to this building?
Yeah, so again, the idea, to speak to the ordinances, I mean, kind of the crazy thing about this is that the amount of people you can actually put in the home is actually measured from, or is all about the external square footage of your lot, right? Which to me doesn't make any sense either. And so technically we could have 35 or something like that resident. I mean, a crazy amount of residents just based on that matrix of what is in the ordinances. We know from our standpoint, our current home is a double occupancy per room home. That was a question we had coming into this. Is that something that people would want? And again, like I said before, we filled our home in 30 days. It has been a complete non-issue because of how we do community within our homes. Our residents they don't spend time in their rooms other than sleeping. They are in community with our caregivers every waking hour. And so, so again, what we've done in our first home is really help us validate some assumptions and even learn some things that we weren't even smart enough to talk about 18 months ago. And so, as we've just thought, again, from a numbers standpoint, I've thought, well, 16 is the largest we can go. We don't know, so again, there's assumptions applied to that. It's just, we don't want to give up the community feel. We don't want to give up the intimacy. We don't want to give up the caregiver ratio. We don't want to go beyond 1 per 4, when the reality is in about any other assisted living environment, it's 1 to 8, 1 to 9. And in those ratios, they're counting the cook and the maintenance person and the person mowing the lawn. It's the whole staff that gets associated to that. That is not how we do things, and that is not how we do things. So, so I would think if we going from 12 to 16 logically we'd be adding another 24 hours a day of a caregiver, to our staffing plan from that standpoint. But it's hard. You ask, like, how quickly would we know? I can't imagine that we would make a decision any quicker than a year into operating to say, what have we learned? Is 12 perfect for what we're doing? We know we're making a jump from 6 to 12. I feel really good about that because it's just, this home is twice the size. There's a lot of community space, a lot of outdoor space, and you can see in our plans where we want to extend and build a really nice deck so residents can be outside, as well as a sidewalk walk path, because that's something that we have in our first home as well. So I would say, fairly, we wouldn't make a decision any earlier than after operating for a year and feeling really comfortable and confident that it's something we'd want to do.
Mm-hmm. And you'd mentioned earlier in your testimony that you would consider not making a change in size until after you resolve the parking issue?
Correct.
You remember? Okay. Neighbors had brought up drainage issues and lighting, and I took the liberty of, you've mentioned what a great security system you have.
Yep.
So over the weekend, I drove past a number of times and drove around the block and the big block. I went to, came, the next street down that cuts through and really looked at all of it. And I noticed that it's a really pleasant, dark neighborhood at night. And I can see why wildlife like it. And so I'm curious, what kind of lighting do you plan to do externally? And if you were to grow to 16, what kind of lighting would you do externally? How would that change? How would it sort of modify the feel of that neighborhood?
Right. So in our plan is like low voltage lighting, mostly like ground lighting, direct lighting. So we don't have any plans for bringing poles in or attaching lights to the top of the house or anything like that that's up high. As you would think, like landscape garden lighting that you can do direct reflection onto pathways would be that's what's in our plan.
Okay. And then I think the rest of my, of course I would encourage down lighting only. And then I think the rest of my questions really deal with for staff in planning. I just have some questions about how it might look should you ever vacate.
Okay, thank you. We have some more questions for you, Councilman Shob.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my questions might also be for staff, but I'm going to start here.
Okay.
Thank you for coming forward. I appreciate you taking the time to answer some of our questions. Councilman Bowers asked you a little bit about the regulation and the state licensing and everything. I'm a little, and you gave us some information about why you chose this neighborhood of this house. But we have a group home, we have transitional living, we have other categories for services like this. How did you end up in front of the Planning Commission, and what are you asking for from us? What type of approval do you need from the city to do this?
So in order to be, I'm going to make sure I get this right. So because we were the first in Lincoln to do this specific thing, residential assisted living, we had to work with them in regards to really figure out like where we belong, what regulations do we belong under. And to be frank, I was kind of hoping we didn't belong in this one because there were the most amount of requirements. And so, so like a group home, for example, you wouldn't need a special use permit to do a group home as long as there wasn't one within so many blocks. I can't remember the exact regulation. But after several, months of meeting face to face, sending emails around, residential healthcare facility was what they determined what we needed to have. And in order to do so in certain zonings, residential zonings, it requires a special use permit in order to do that. So that's really step one so that's why I'm here, is to get the special use permit. Once we acquire that, or we acquired it in our first property, then you go back through building and safety because now you're considered a commercial property. And so you have to resubmit plans and work with them in regards to make sure everything that you're doing now fits a new code. And then once you complete that process and you get your certificate of occupancy and the fire marshal has come through your property, then you can start the licensing process with the state for assisted living, along with the endorsement for memory care.
So I'm sorry, you haven't gotten a state license yet. You got to get through this step first.
Right,
to
we
get to that
can't.
one.
Right. No, we have the license. Like we've already been through the process in our previous facility, so we're very familiar with the process. We've already with assisted living, you reapply every April. So we've now been through the reapplication. We've been through the inspections on all of those in our first property.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Bowers.
I just got one more question. The memory care endorsement that you get, is that through the state or is that through some like Alzheimer's Association of America?
It is through the state as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Other questions? Is that all you have, Councilman? Okay. Any other questions this time? I have just a couple for you. Should have got you water or something.
Fine, thank you.
So I want to talk about Calvert Street itself as somewhat of a busy street. My experience with senior living has been with a facility in Lincoln in the corporate office, but we even experienced elopements. Do you have any concern, should this go through, about should some of the residents wander off, which it does happen, unfortunately, not very often, with the busyness of that street and that location?
Yeah, so you asked before about security systems and such, and so we've, again, we've been operating for over a year. We've never had an issue. So access control system, so you cannot walk out of the house. You can walk out the back side of the house, but the actual fence, the 6-foot fence, also has an access control system as well, where you have to be able to punch. It's literally it's integrated with the entire system, and so not only would someone have to know that code or have a card to swipe to be able to leave, but also the panel gets a notification that any specific door has been opened up. So we've got a pretty robust system in place for that.
Very good. Glad to hear that. Do you operate a similar model in Omaha, or why are you?
No, we don't. So again, this is about my sister. And so again, she's been in the community for over 20 years, a lot of years in healthcare, had an extensive network. I also have a sister-in-law who's been in the senior care field as well for many, many years. So to me, it just made sense to do this in Lincoln. There are people that do it in Omaha, though.
There are. Is it a national model as well?
Well, there's some national, brands. There's a couple of franchise systems that do it. We're part of an association called RAL or RALA that supports independent operators. So they have a national conference and training programs and all those types of things that we were a part of, networked within as well.
Have you considered, or maybe you have, did you have discussions with any of our local providers or the Nebraska Healthcare Association or other local Lincoln providers to get their input or partner with them on this concept?
Yeah, so again, with my sister and her background, I mean, she's worked for a lot of geriatric physicians, and so obviously when we started doing this, she wanted to go back and visit as well. I think I mentioned my sister-in-law actually works for a senior advisor group where people come to them and they help do placements. And so we worked a lot with them, Oasis Advisors, if you're familiar with them, Beth Friesen. And so we worked a lot with Beth. She's actually probably one of the foremost kind of authorities on Alzheimer's care. And so we talked with Beth many times. And so my sister-in-law now kind of runs that under her. So, really tried to, we had them tour homes with us. We had them kind of review, setups of the home. What do you think we need? Just trying to get differing perspectives. My sister Katie has been involved in different healthcare networks and done conferences all throughout the state of Nebraska. Again, I mean, it's about relationship building, but also trying to get input and feedback from others as well.
Okay. Last question, I think, for me, for now, for you, is from me, is a little disappointed. It's your business to not have any Medicaid beds, or that seems to be a big need in our city. It's personal for me, it's your business. People do outlive their resources. I know Medicare reimbursement is painful for providers, and it's not at the level that it needs to be, and certainly neither is Medicaid reimbursement. So interesting to know. Just wanted to throw that out there. But other than that, I guess I would just ask how you are able to market if if you fill so quickly, how does that work for you? If are you a chamber member? How do we find out about your other facility? It was new to me, but
Right. Well, and again, I think we have we just redid our website.
Okay.
We've actually kind of put together some plans on some different networking within the community, chamber being one of those. Again, my sister could give you the exact specifics because the acronym slipped my mind on that. And we've also, we've started kind of another, we do some in-home care as well, just focused on dementia care. So that's kind of a new, because again, we thought, well, it's going to take us some time before we find a home and get into a home, and we can't necessarily control that, but we've got, like in any organization or business, when you find great people who work for you, and my sister's done a fantastic job of building a great team, they want to grow, and they want opportunities. And so, that's one of the things that I feel, that it's very important. Like we have to, we want to continue to provide those opportunities and give them opportunities to grow and professionally develop. So, yeah, we've started to kind of, in the last year, we've developed a home care side of what we do.
Home health, is that what you
Well,
mean?
so it's not home health, but again, it's non-medical caregiving, where we go into people's homes that have, early onset dementia. Families are starting to see signs, but don't have, it just becomes too much for them in a sense, or too many hours. And so we've started to take on some clients there as well. And of course, we see it as for us, it's continuity of care. And so, that's part of the conversation we have with them, with families, is, if we would hope that if we start in caring for them in their home, when that no longer is the best option for them, we want to be able to have a bed for them. We want for them in one of our homes. So it's another reason, from a model standpoint, we want to continue to grow.
Are there other components of your continuum besides home care and then your facilities as you think about the future? Are those the two main components?
At this point, so again, the home care is brand new, just within the last few months. So at this point, that is,
those two.
You're right. We're having, we have strategic conversations on a quarterly basis, as we learn more, as we talk to families. I mean, when you talk to people, that's how you uncover needs. And so that's certainly an expectation that we may uncover some additional things. Right now, getting another home is priority number one for us.
This may be for your sister, boy. She's loaded up with questions already. Do you have hospice nurses for end of life, or do you contract hospice care to come in, or how do you handle end of life?
She would be much,
Okay.
yeah, that's a question for her.
Just curious. Thank you very much. Any other questions for Chris? All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next testifier, please. Yes. Okay. We can go to staff. We have some staff questions, I guess, next. Director Carey, would you please come forward? And then we'll go to testifiers. Yes.
Nothing.
I'm going to go to the
I think the sister applicant was anxious to get up, wasn't sure.
We will go to her next. Yeah. Thank you, Councilman. All right. Director Carey.
Director of the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street.
Yes, Director Carey, thank you for coming up. Appreciate it. When I look at applications like this, I always look at what the applicant is proposing to do with their property versus what could be done in normal use today with the property. If it were just, for example, another family moving into a residential property. So could we walk through that a little bit, if you don't mind? So if, this applicant's proposing some parking at the rear of the property, if I was just a person coming in wanting to add parking to my property, or even a large patio to my property, is that something that I could do just as a residential homeowner?
Yes, assuming appropriate building permits are issued and applied to that, yes.
Sure, okay. And then when it comes to lighting in particular, I didn't see anything that the applicant was suggesting that would be above and beyond normal residential lighting. I'm assuming, once again, in terms of what the impact will actually be, my understanding, my interpretation of what I'm seeing is that it would be no different than if I moved into that house as just a regular family member and wanted to install some additional exterior lighting to the property.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think the other point to be made on that is that we do have light trespass regulations in place. And so if there were to be a nuisance like that, that certainly could be investigated and rectified if there was an issue. But I agree with your assessment that nothing that's being proposed would rise to that occasion.
Because I'm really trying to get at is to the main points as to how does this impact those folks around this particular use, and how that might be different or not different depending on if it was just another family moving into the property. That being said, when we talk about drainage, it looks like everything's draining to the east here on this property. Once again, if I was just a guy coming in and adding a patio on this particular property, there would not be, I mean, to a certain degree in the built environment, additions like this can have some impact, but maybe not monumental impact, but nothing that I would do if I were to add a patio, for example, and get the proper building permit would cause any sort of chain reaction for me to investigate water mitigation or anything like that.
Yeah, that's correct. We also, we have some minimum standards for disturbance of minimum amount of area that would trigger some of those requirements and reviews, but this is not going to trigger those.
Because it's too small?
Correct.
Okay, very good. That's all I had for Director Carey.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Washington, then Councilman McGinnis.
I'll
Councilman
try and
Chen.
make this short. Following directly on what Councilman Becky has asked, would an addition trigger increased watershed review?
Not necessarily, and not my understanding of this proposed project, it would not trigger it with the addition.
Okay. In reading through the application, I was looking for the maximum number would be the maximum allowed number based on the square footage of the lot, and I think your report said 26.
Correct.
Different than I recognize that Mr. Gill was under some amount of pressure when he said 35 or something like that, and he wasn't looking at his notes. But I also noticed in the part of the municipal code that allows this or describes a healthcare facility, a residential healthcare facility, said that once a special use permit has been given for residential healthcare, there is flexibility to change the height. So there's no height limitation on this, even though it's in an R2. It says that if the area of the lot is 1 acre or more, and this is 1.25 or 1.22, almost 1.25 acres, the height requirement of the district may be adjusted to provide flexibility in the design of buildings. So it sounds like it wouldn't be limited to the 35-foot residential height. It could go to 45 or something. Do you read it the same way?
I think my reading of that would be that there would need to be a request to go to higher than what the residential district allows, which would be the 35.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're reading it correctly in the sense of, because it's a larger lot, it could ask that question and that relief if they wanted to. That's not happening in this case, and therefore I believe that if they did want to do that, they would need to come back through the process.
Yeah, and I appreciate that they'd have to come back through the process, and I think I'm trying to imagine that I'm trying to imagine this lot, this special use permit forever. Because this rides with the deed, right?
Yep.
So it's not a special use for this business, it's a special use forever. And so two owners down the road could say, you know what, I'm allowed to have 26 people in some residential health facility. I'm gonna ask for a waiver of height. I'm gonna make bigger changes than what this applicant has suggested.
I think that's true. I would add to that those types of additions or changes would, whatever would be approved with this project, it would have to come back to the process to get those additional
It would have to come back to
allowances.
the process, and I think the first person who came up talked about the width of the lots and the notice of variance at about 200 feet, and how in this neighborhood that really equated to a neighbor on either side. I think it sort of begs the question, if you only have a 200-foot variance, notice of variance, that not very many people are being made aware of something like that. And so I'm thinking about that as I'm sort of forecasting what might happen in 20 years or 15 years or something. So what could they do with an addition, the facility capacity, drainage? And just to calm my own, sort of clear the deck, a residential healthcare facility, does that equate over to group home in any way, or is it strictly residential healthcare facility? Could someone with the special use permit, the next owner say, I don't want to do residential healthcare, and since it falls into a similar multiple bed facility, I'd like to move this into group living?
So the answer to that is that what's being requested is specific to the special permit for residential health care. It is not asking for the conditional use for group home.
Okay. And then I'm looking at this single-family house lot. It's a large one. If we were to create a commercial residential health care facility on this lot, and if I looked down the street, not very far, and saw the commercial Calvert Place, which predates a lot of the houses in this neighborhood, not all, but many of the houses in this neighborhood, it looks like there's only one or two single-family homes between Calvert Place and what this could be. And I'm thinking about the squeeze on the single-family home between those two commercial businesses or business areas. Am I reading this correctly? Is there, I'm sorry, even all of my driving around, I have not memorized the area. So are there one or two houses between Calvert Place and this?
I believe you're correct that there are a limited amount of additional lots in between, is my recollection of being by there. I can say exactly what it is without looking at an aerial right now, but
I'll go to the assessor's site while somebody else asks their questions. Madam, I turn it back to you or to...
Thank you. Councilman McGinnis.
Well, thank you, Councilperson Washington, for asking my questions.
Oh, I was reading your mind.
I know you can. Little Jedi stuff here. The license for the state memory care doesn't really matter to the city at all. I mean, if they would lose their state license, this could continue as an assisted living facility? 'Cause
I don't think I can speak to what the regulations dictate
Okay,
at that
I can
point. I
ask
mean,
them.
certainly, the expectation is that any operator is going to get whatever required licenses from the state are needed to operate. But your initial statement was correct in the sense of this action that we're talking about today is really geared towards the zoning question of special permit for residential health care on this property. The understanding, expectation is that whatever licenses are needed would be acquired and maintained, and then if they weren't, then there'd be some impact on the ability of the business to continue to operate.
Is this considered a special use permit then?
This is specifically a special permit for residential health care.
Special permit?
Correct.
And the permit stays with the property?
Yes.
Not with the owners?
Correct.
Okay, so next owner. Could
If
be
they
it
would-
could be a forever thing.
If they wish to operate this use, if they wanted to do something different other than a single-family residence in the R2
You
district.
said there's a conditional use that they could not become a group home, they could not do other things other than just what they plan to
Other,
do?
other than what is allowed under this special permit.
Okay,
So if it's something different, they would have to come back through for a different approval.
what other items are allowed under this permit? Is there a list? I'm sorry, I didn't look at it.
Well, I think that it, in the definition of residential health care, it lists out, I will just read it off just so it's on the record. Residential health care facility could include but not limited to the following types of facilities: assisted living, nursing care, memory care, convalescence home, hospice home, group home of 16 or more, but it's a medical group home, is just to be clear about that. That's what that's there for. And may include independent living units. So what they're asking for is being specific to a memory care for up to 16 persons.
Okay, but they also said they would only do 12, but they're asking for 16, approval for 16?
Currently, the request is for 16. There has been discussion about a phasing plan. I think the applicant would be better equipped to talk about what that is.
Okay, but they wouldn't be able to go to 23?
If this approval is specific to a number, that's what they would be able to go to.
Okay, we would have to make it specific, or is it already specific?
Well, it's specific to the
an
16 right now.
Specific to 16.
Okay. Okay.
Councilwoman Suarez?
Thank you, Director Carey. You had shared a list of 15 residential healthcare facilities that have special permits with us, and 9 of them are highlighted that are located in residential neighborhoods. I noticed that 7 out of the 9 are in residential 3 or R3 or higher specifications. I noticed 1 is in residential 1, and that's the Harbor Residential Living Area, and that's approved for 6 residents, and then 1 is in R2, and that's approved for 5 residents. So my question was, does the specific zoning of R1 versus R3 have any bearing on those projects that are recommended for approval?
Not really, in the sense that the way that this special permit is set up, it is a special permit in all the residential zoning districts, so it would come through the similar process no matter what. And it is based on the size of the lot as far as what the maximum would be allowed. And in this case, we're dealing with a larger lot than it is typical in the R2 district, so that is why those numbers that could be allowed are a little bit higher than what some of these others were approved for, perhaps could be allowed for.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Bowers, followed by Councilman Shob.
I got a couple questions. I'll start off with a statement. You know, I think that asking some of the questions about what the standards and the license requirements are at the state level are important for us to ask. Because when we talk, one of the reasons that we can have a denial of an application is if it's a fundamental change to like the zoning area. And so when we look at what the basic minimum is for licensure, I think that provides an insight and a prediction into what's going to be going into this home and into this community, and I think helps inform us on if that is a fundamental change to the zoning code. Director, one question that I have for you is, and this is a very specific question, so if you don't have the answer to it, no problem, we'll chat later. When we talked about Oxford houses before, we talked about square foot per individual. So like Lincoln has the, you know, on the code, no more than 3 unrelated people living together. But I remember that we also talked about there was some international code or there was some other guideline of how many people per square footage of a home, and I'm going to put a little asterisk there, in a home. Do you remember what that was off the top of your head?
I recall that conversation. I'm not going to try to pull it out of the recesses of my memory because I don't want to give inaccurate information. What I will say, though, is that the conversation that we're having now for that use, which is obviously a different conversation, is also talking about the size of lots, persons per square feet of lot size. So it's a similar conversation. It wouldn't necessarily be the same numbers of what's allowed or not, but we're also talking about kind of the same typical zoning requirement for lot size per person. I think what you're recalling is that there is I believe it is the International Building Code, a per person minimum, and that is quite small in comparison, which is why under that conversation we were talking about, if you use that, you could have a lot more people in any given home. But that's not really where we're going in that topic.
That actually leads into my next question. When I look up at the zoning code for healthcare facility, or the city code for healthcare facilities, and in the planning commission's report, it said something like 1 person per 1,000 square foot. The house is 3,000 square feet, but like the lot size is, I don't know, 53,000 or something like that. I got 2 questions. I'll just ask them both at the same time. I guess help me understand. Was that the intent when this code was written, that it be for the square foot of the entire lot versus the building itself? And if it was, can you help me understand the wisdom behind that? Because when I think of Alzheimer's, and I did a stint in a skilled nursing facility when I was in college. When I think of the folks that I worked with, I guess I'm having difficult seeing the wisdom or the reason or the logic behind having the entire lot size, I'm rambling, versus the building itself.
Yeah. So yes, the intention was to base it on the lot size. And then what this current requirement is, it's 2,000 square feet per person. And because this is a 53,000 plus square foot lot, which is larger than the typical lot in a neighborhood like this, that's where that 26 residents allowed comes from. So it's the 2,000 square feet per person. So that is the intent, that is intentional, and it's a typical way that a zoning code can apply physical lot area to size of activity happening in the home.
Why is that, right? Like, I mean, I'm genuinely curious. I'm not trying to be a contrarian, but like, the way that I'm viewing it is like, if we have a house that's 3,000 square feet, I mean, even this application aside, just the philosophy behind it, I'm trying to, not even if I don't agree, just trying to at least understand it, right? Like, if we have folks that are receiving care, I mean, even if we would go with the skilled nursing care, some of the more higher acuity type stuff within healthcare facilities, why does the outside lot be included for the space to person ratio?
Mm-hmm. Sure. I think that's a fair question. So part of that is that what we deal with on the zoning side is a lot of it is physical, the layout of property and neighborhoods. And the lot size, the larger the lot size means there's usually, not always, but usually, and in this case it is true, there's more separation between structures and homes. And so that is one factor that goes into that thinking of why you'd use lot size, is that the separation between structures is larger by default in most cases because the lots are larger. So that's a main part of that thinking. The other part of that is, and this isn't always the case, is that normally or typically you have larger homes on larger lots, and therefore that can provide for more space to do the operation. But in a case like this, and a lot of these cases, that is very much dependent on the operator and deciding on how best to use the structure itself. So there is another reason why we do that, in that a lot size is one of the more difficult things to change over time. Certainly you can put additions on a house, you can rebuild a house, you can do different things. And so to have a permit like this applied to the property moving forward, the lot size is unlikely to change. And so that's something that we can bank on more readily and more consistently as a city moving forward. So that's another reason why we use that.
Gotcha, that makes sense. So I'll withhold that next comment. That makes sense. Thank you so much for clearing that up. That's all that I have at this time. Thanks, Director.
Sure.
Any other questions for Director Carey? Well, we have it. Yes, Councilman Shob.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. I didn't. Yes,
Quite all right.
thank
We're
you.
Good. You and I are good.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Director Carey, you and I have had a couple of conversations, and I'm still as clear as mud on this special permit portion of the program. We see lots of requests for waivers, requests for deviations. We have a comprehensive plan. We have rules in place, and someone says, I've got a business that doesn't quite fit into this. Can I get a waiver? Now, this is a special permit. Can you explain to me the difference, and then what's so special about this special permit?
Sure. A special permit is specifically identified in our code. In this case, residential health care is a specific special permit and use that's in the code and defined a certain way, given certain parameters. What that means is that use and that approval, in this case in particular, must go to the Planning Commission for a hearing and an action. And then typically, not in every case, but many special permits, the action at the Planning Commission is final, so long as the approval is given and they're meeting the specific requirements of that use. And then there also is a process that on appeal, someone can appeal that within 14 days of the action, and that is what has happened in this case, and that's why it's in front of you now for your consideration. There are no waivers with this request of the specific requirements, i.e. parking. They're meeting the requirements of the parking. So if there was a waiver as part of this request, you probably would still have some type of formal zoning action, and then you'd have a list of waivers. But in this case, there are no requested waivers.
So there's a list of requirements for the special permit, and this applicant has reached all those or accommodated?
Yes.
Yeah.
The two basic ones are the minimum requirement for parking, as well as what we've been talking about is how many persons could be allowed based on the size of the lot.
And those, basically, that's part of the application process, guided a little bit by your staff, saying this is the best way to fit your idea into this property. That didn't come out right at all, but.
No, I mean, but I think what you're saying is, did they follow the process to get to this point? And the answer is yes.
So there was one of the testifiers said that this is a commercial use. That part of the special permit, we get to put a commercial use in a residential district?
So thank you for asking that question, because that can be confusing. So what really is being referred to there is that this activity, when you get into the residential healthcare, is an example of in the building code, they need to go to the commercial building code, which in a lot of ways gets you to sprinkling the entire structure, things like
First thing
that.
came to my mind,
And that's
yeah.
for safety and for the residents and for staff. So we're not changing the underlying zoning. The zoning itself will still be R2. What we're saying is we would be putting, if approved, a special permit for residential healthcare specifically for a certain number of residents under certain parameters of what they're required to do based on your consideration on that property for that use specifically. And that just kicks it into a different building code requirement.
One other thing we talked about, and I'm still a little fuzzy on, please help me. There's a list of criteria for special permit, but that can be modified by us or the Planning Commission?
Yes. So different than a conditional use. Conditional use, if the applicant is abiding by all of those conditions that are required, that would not even need to go to the Planning Commission or have a public hearing. And the reason for that is that if there's some determination as a community, we've decided which conditional uses are appropriate, here are the conditions of the approval, meet that, you're on your way.
We stop there for a second. Would it be fair to say that most of the applications you see fall into that category? They meet all the criteria and no one ever has to sign off on them?
I think I wouldn't say most, but I would say many.
Many, okay.
So there are a lot of those as well. So in this case, we also have special uses that do require some level of public process, and this is one of those.
One more and I got sidetracked. No, I'm going to stop there. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carey.
Councilman Bowers, followed by Councilwoman Suarez.
Just got a quick clarification, and feel free not to respond to this if you don't have anything to respond to, but I guess I'm just looking for a response. You don't need to respond to.
That hurt my head a little.
I need to go back to Toastmasters. Okay, so what you said about the residential healthcare facility was that lot size is a more stable, way to kind of gauge how much space is available. Well, I cheated and I went through and I looked through our city code and I looked back at the past ordinances that had been, crafted that got us to this moment. And, it talked about, the the council can modify based on the impact around the surrounding area. The council still maintains its power to deny things based on a fundamental change to zoning code. The question, or I guess the statement that I would throw out there is, if it's based on land, it seems like that an opportunity could present itself to where, let's say this house was demolished. I just follow me on this path here, and then like a 900 square foot home gets put in place there. Let's say with, on the state's website it says there has to be like 4 toilets per resident. That meets all that, but still be really, really tight. But because there's ground available, it almost seems like to me that code was written based to be left up to the interpretation of, or the judgment or whatever, of the building that's also on site, not just the land that's there. So like the land's there, that's the permanent structure. The building changes, and because the building changes, that is why the healthcare facility code or option is put in there, because the building changes. And it seems like it'd almost be up to the decision makers to determine, does that meet the needs that the healthcare facility is going for? Does that make sense at all?
No, I followed.
The train?
Yes. So I'll start with just making a comment that you're correct that the city council has the authority to apply different requirements for an approval if you deem them appropriate for a certain situation or application. So that's absolutely true, and that is the case with a special permit. The only thing I would say about the scenario of having a smaller building put on the site after the fact of getting the special permit approved is, that ends up being very much a business decision of the operator, and maybe the applicant and operator can make a comment about that before we're done today. It just sounds to me like that would be going contrary to what the business model would work well with, and so perhaps the business might not continue because of that. But that's a conjecture, and I don't think I can speak to that specifically.
Yeah, I guess let me reframe that in a more articulate way, or what I hope to God is a more articulate way. The lot size is consistent. The building size is not consistent. As our healthcare needs change, and when we talk about building and safety and protecting the health and well-being of our community, and I don't mean from a programmatic standpoint, I mean just in terms of folks living together standpoint, as the building changes, it almost seems like to me that code almost instructs us to look at what's on that land to make sure that it meets the needs of to protect the community of whatever healthcare facility is going in. It might be off base though. I'm just.
The only other thing I would say to that is I think that you brought up building code, and that's a good way to think about this. The building code would still apply to that structure, whatever structure it was, and so they would have to meet those minimum requirements, which is the intention of the code, is to look out for the welfare and safety of the residents in a general sense. So there are regulations still in place to apply. Perhaps it wouldn't be the ideal situation, but that there still would be a way for that concern to be addressed, is the way I would put it.
And if I may jump in, would the inverse also be true, Director Carey, as well, in terms of, I think this application illustrates for us as well. We have a house that right now is accommodating 12 people. We may be doing an addition or a modification that then building code or building standard may bump that up to a 16 or 20 or what have you. But at the end of the day, the lot size can only accommodate what the lot size can accommodate. So regardless of what happens to the improvement or the structure in the building, which may go up or down accordingly, it's the building code, not the special permit, that's dictating safety for the residents of that facility.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Councilman Bowers, do you have any?
Yeah, I want to avoid getting into a back and forth because I know now's not the appropriate time. And no, I'll withhold for now.
Are you sure? Okay. Councilwoman Suarez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Carey, I just had a question about, I think it's been mentioned that there should be a traffic study done or a request for a traffic study and/or a storm watershed study. So would you comment on the need for that or the lack of need for that?
I'll start with this stormwater management. So the disturbance on the property with this project doesn't hit the threshold for requiring the watershed study. And I think that there's been discussion around that. And that's something that, can be further discussed, but it wasn't a requirement. Traffic study was similar in the sense of LTU reviewed the application, determined that a traffic study was not necessary. And I think part of the reason for that is that the level of traffic that's generated from a use like this does not increase the activity dramatically compared to some other uses that could also happen. So.
Thank you, Director Carey.
I don't understand the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Other questions for Director Carey? All right. Thank you, Director, very much. We are at the 2-hour point for council and requests for breaks. So thanks for your forbearance. We'll take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 5:10. So thank you for your patience, and we will come back and continue public testimony. Could we see a quick hand of people who have not testified? I think everyone that's here, okay, that wish to. Great, okay. We will get to you right after the break. Thank you. We'll wait for Councilman McGinnis is on his way. Thank you. Thanks for your forbearance. We will. Councilman McGinnis is in the building. So thanks again for your patience. We will. Okay, we'll just go ahead and start. If we could start with the other applicant, we're dying to hear from the sister nurse, and I'm sorry I don't have your name, but would you mind coming forward? And then we'll go to everyone as they are signed in on the sign-in sheets. Our clerk, Madam Clerk, will call names after we hear from our beloved co-applicant. How's that?
Hi, my name is Katie Hartman, and I am the administrator at the Harbor Senior Care. My address is 7800 North 134th Street in Waverly. Can you hear me okay?
Maybe you could move the microphone just a little closer to you.
There we go. Is that better?
That's better. Thank you, Katie. Katie Hartman, correct?
Hartman.
Hartman, as in the facility.
Well, no, the facility
That's
is
Harbor.
the Harbor.
Harbor.
Senior Care, yes.
I'm sorry. Yes. Yes, that's right. Okay, thank you. Are there, did you want to start with a statement? Otherwise, we can, I know.
Sure, I can start with something real quickly. Just that this is a huge passion of mine. I've been a nurse since 1999 in Lincoln, and I've seen a need for memory care. And this concept that I had, this concept as a whole has just been a huge life-changing thing for for the families that currently live in our home right now. What makes it important is that it is a home in a neighborhood. These families, you know, it is our culture. Our culture does not appreciate the seniors, does not appreciate the elderly, and we kind of want to push them aside. But this concept is really just keeping them in a home, in a home that's small and intimate, in a home that can provide care to them until they are end of life, until they die. So this is their last stop. This is why this is so important to me, that people truly try to understand the concept and what it is. I know for many of these neighbors, they're worried about an interruption to their neighborhood. And truly that is not going to be the case here. We operate just like any other neighbor, and if you could have the neighbors that we have right now, we live in a cul-de-sac. These residents are elderly. Right now, we have ages from 82 to 105 right now living in our home that we have established and have grown, and it's truly made a difference to families here in Lincoln, because it is different, and it is one of the, I thought to be the first here in Lincoln that's run this way. We are operating as a home. That means our caregivers do everything. They cook, they clean, they care for our residents, and we do have activities from the time they wake up to the time they go to bed. I'm on call 24/7. I'm a registered nurse. I oversee everything that's being done in the home. These are nurse aides or caregivers who have been trained, and this is across the board for assisted living. This is what is the norm in assisted livings across the board. You can say that we operate similarly to a nursing home because we do care until end of life, and that is our memory care endorsement that allows us to do so. So you had asked the question regarding whether or not, like how this understands how it doesn't fit within the assisted living facility concept, but because we have that extra endorsement for memory care, it actually does. It allows us to care for them to end of life. The only reason we would have to move them out or need them to leave is if there were behavior issues that were affecting the other residents or the staff in an inappropriate way. So when they come to us, families have been burdened or felt burdened and need to move their family members somewhere that's safe. And this has been very safe for them because we are small numbers. and our patient to staff ratio is very small. And so things don't happen like typical falls. Getting up at night, we focus a lot on working with the neurologists and the family physicians to get them on medications for Alzheimer's and dementia. It is true that we are coming into the baby boomer generation, and as Alzheimer's Association says, we are going to have 10 million new cases of Alzheimer's. The World Health Organization says that this is literally a public health issue. We are going to need safe places for our families and for our friends, and this is an option for it. And we specifically chose this home because of the beauty of the land, the nature, the huge trees that provide also protection, not only protection, but that they provide privacy in multiple ways. It is kind of a more dense area of trees, so it is a little bit darker and shadier in those areas, which is perfect for our residents to sit outside and enjoy being outside. We are not coming in with teenagers, loud noises, lots of cars. Nothing to that effect is going to be in this home. Our residents are usually in bed between 8 and 9, and usually wake up between 7 and 8 in the morning. We have plenty of staff. We have never had any issues. I overheard some people laughing about the night staff, but actually, if they are in the right environment, they do sleep pretty well. So that's not been an issue for us in our home thus far. So I just want to tell you that this is truly from the heart, and what we're doing is making a difference here in Lincoln, Nebraska. And this wasn't a targeted neighborhood. We don't want to upset anybody. We want to be in good relations with everyone in the neighborhood. We view this as an opportunity where people can come in and volunteer. If you've never had the opportunity to be around elderly generation, this is a great opportunity to learn about the disease of dementia and understand it better. And so this is ultimately why we have this company.
Very good. Thank you. Questions for Ms. Hartman? Comments? Yes, Councilwoman Suarez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was curious as to how many staff do you have at your 84th and Pinedale Court?
So I have 20 employees right now.
20? You said 20?
20 employees, yep. Many of our staff are medical students, so nursing students. My husband's also a professor at Bryan, and so we get several staff from recruited from there too. So, yes.
And do you have a sense of what the square foot of that location on 84th and Pinedale Court is?
I do not. I believe you guys the plans were submitted to you. I'm not sure of the specific.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to say something wrong.
Okay. My other question is that what changes do you envision in the sense you'd be serving more residents, twice as many or up to 16 residents? What changes do you envision happening from the 6 that you're currently serving at that location?
Sure.
What would change in the location that you're serving?
Sure. So certainly our staffing is going to be, the amount of staff that are in the home will increase. We currently have a manager that runs the Pinedale location. We'll have 2 managers at this new location for both the day shift and the evening shift. That's really most of the changes that are going to occur. Everything that we do is transferable to this new home.
Okay. And is one of the managers one of the 4 staff is that numbered in the 4 staff members that are asked to serve this facility? Is the manager one of those people?
That will be moving to this new facility?
That would be serving. I think you mentioned that you needed 4 staff members that will be serving the residents here.
Right, they will be one of those, correct. Mm-hmm. And they help in the home just like the caregivers do, but
Great.
They're just more of like the supervisor.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other questions for Ms. Hartman? Councilwoman Washington?
Thank you. I just had one other question, just a clarification. So the Pinedale House has 3 staff who are there, but you have 20 employees.
Right.
And one of the people who come in and staff is the manager or the supervisor.
Correct.
And you said for the next house, you would need 2 managers, and are they because of shifts or because?
Right, so one would be during the day, and then one would be in the evening shift.
Okay.
So a manager will be there all the time.
Okay. In order to get a feel for sort of the traffic, sort of the people traffic in and out of the house, can you tell me a little bit about the kinds of additional contractors or folks that you would have?
Sure.
Over the course of a week or a couple of weeks?
Sure. So we would have groceries. Right now, we have groceries delivered to the Pinedale location twice a week. So there is somebody who delivers twice a week. Obviously, with double that amount of people, it'll be more frequently or twice. We try to keep it so there's not as many deliveries. So we plan it really pretty good about how much we need, and we document that. And so that is one group of people. We order from our supplies from Amazon. So we get a couple deliveries a week for deliveries from Amazon or UPS. We also do have, right now, we do have a resident that has, is under hospice care. What people don't really understand about hospice is there's not really somebody there 24/7. They come in and make a visit and just see how the resident is doing. They come twice a week. And then it's family. Now, occasionally we might have somebody who's on physical therapy or occupational therapy that does home care, and they will come into the home for about an hour and then leave.
I'm glad people have family coming to visit. Can you tell me, how much family traffic is there? Is it primarily weekday, weekends? Is it a mix?
Sure. It really is a mix. I will say we don't have, our visiting hours are between 7 and 7. That doesn't mean that there isn't 1 or 2 people that struggle over that time period, but and we try to be flexible, especially if we have somebody who's not feeling well or something like that they want to see their mom or dad a little bit longer for those times. However, typically everyone has visited. Once they eat dinner, everybody leaves, that's there. And when I say everybody, there's not really hardly anybody. We have a spouse that comes probably 3 times a week. Families usually come once a week to visit. We don't have a lot of traffic with families. Now, I will say when there's a holiday or like this past weekend for Easter, we had an Easter egg hunt that we held at the home. So for that hour and a half, there was probably 4 or 5 cars out front. But just like anybody who would have family over for a holiday, that's what happens. We also can accommodate by scheduling time periods for people to come in. In the bigger home, we plan to kind of do some of that so that we don't have the traffic flow that would typically happen if everybody's family would show up at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Bowers.
I just got a couple of clarification questions.
Sure.
So you do the nursing assessment for everyone that comes in, right?
Correct.
Can you help me understand what's the difference between a nursing assessment and a physician assessment? I mean, for assisted living facilities or skilled nursing facilities, is a nursing assessment qualify as criteria?
Yes, it does, actually. I send in yearly reports to long-term care insurances. Sometimes every 6 months they'll ask for the plan of care to be sent in, and kind of an assessment of how they're doing. We do send those into the insurance companies. And then as far as diagnosis, we're private pay, so it's not a requirement necessarily because we don't have to meet Medicaid standards or anything like that. So as far as an assessment, it's basically the basic assessment of the person, and then we do memory care questions and ask them to do certain things. So we actually have a form that we use. That's just part of what we do. We do all of our charting is done on our computer system, and we actually have a platform for that. So
I hear what you're saying about not needing a diagnosis because you don't take insurance. I
right,
think that's really
well, we take insurance. We don't take Medicaid.
Okay, gotcha. Earlier, it was stated that like the direct care staff that they are not all CNAs and they're not all Med-Aids. Is that incorrect or is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, it's
Not
not a
all of them.
law. It's not a requirement for them to be. No, we need to have someone there, at least one med aid on every shift. So we do. This is a test that they undergo, and it's a license or certification for them to administer medications to the residents. And then we do training via a platform called Care Academy, which is pretty common. And then we do monthly training, just one-on-one, things like that, to keep up the credentialing and all of that. So specific to dementia.
Can you help me understand the difference between complex nursing care and non-complex nursing care interventions?
I think of complex nursing interventions being like if someone comes to us and they have a catheter, and we would need to change their catheter, or maybe they have tube feedings and we would have to do tube feedings for them. Complicated nursing care would require an RN on staff, and that is not required by the state. And it is actually, as long as there's a nurse, it doesn't have to be an RN, it could be a licensed practical nurse can be on staff for that. If it's a complicated health issue where things need to be done, where there needs to be nurse supervision, that's something that you would have to bring into the home through third party, which would typically be paid for by like Medicare or insurance or something like that. We don't provide those kind of cares.
Gotcha. Okay, now it's starting to make sense to me a little bit. The model that you're, because if it's an assisted living facility, you don't qualify yourself as a skilled nursing facility. It'd be the same as like if my mother had dementia and she was living with me. Okay.
This kind of care, if this kind of helps you to understand it, it's end of life, and these people are choosing. We know that this diagnosis is fatal. It's literally your brain dying, and so because of that, we have a home structured in such a way that it's safe, and we know that it's going to be progressive, and so we're prepared for those changes.
I think I mentioned earlier, my concern, so I won't reiterate all of those, and I'm trying to be more mindful of time a little bit. The last question that I have, or I think it's the last question, is what are the requirements for the memory care endorsement?
Okay, I can't go right offhand on all of the requirements, but if you go to the state website and look up assisted living, and then underneath that, and I think it's in
I've tried to look it up.
75, I think is the code. Underneath that, it'll tell you what the requirements for the endorsement for memory care is. Yeah, I don't have it memorized. I'm sorry.
That's all the questions that I have right now.
Okay. Other questions? Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions for Ms. Hartman? I have just a couple.
Okay.
So you're a registered nurse. Are you the only RN amongst your 20 staff currently?
So I'm an RN, and then I have a gal who covers for me if I'm sick or go on vacation.
And she's also a registered nurse?
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Is it only one required RN?
You're actually not required to have an RN in assisted living.
At all?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. In terms of hospice care, then it's not clear to me yet. I don't think we've talked about if you provide it are you a hospice nurse? Do you contract for it? Okay.
Correct. So it's all third party.
Mm-hmm.
So all of that comes in differently. I can train my staff on palliative care, and I can train them on hospice and things like that. But the actual hospice organization is the one that comes in and takes over and runs basically their medical care.
Okay. So you also do provide palliative care at the patient's choice?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Yes, Councilman Bowers. Thank you.
Do you work PRN anywhere else?
No.
No, okay.
No.
Good. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
You bet.
All right, Madam Clerk, if you will call the names of people signed in, we'll move to the testifiers. Thank you for your forbearance and patience.
Okay. I'll be going down our sign-in sheet. Everyone is allowed a total of 5 minutes to speak. We run the time for 4 minutes, and then we'll give you a 1-minute reminder. And what I'll do is I'll call up testimony. We can go to both of the microphones. So I'll call the first person up to come testify. I'll notify the next person to be on deck or to be available to testify at this microphone, and then the next person will be on deck, and we'll keep that rotation. I'll do my best to read the names appropriately, so I do apologize ahead of time if I don't read the name correctly. And if you decide not to testify, you can state that as well, okay? First would be Nikki Sledens. Next on the microphone would be Pat Cole. And then on deck would be Drew Stange.
Hello, my name is Nikki Sledens. I live here in Lincoln at 1235 South 93rd Street. I am here in support of zoning Harbor Senior Care as a residential healthcare facility. I'm not here to talk about parking. I'm not here to talk about rules and regulations. I'm here to be your face of a daughter of a mother who is living at Harbor Senior Care, and I'm here to share my journey with you and my family's journey with you, in hopes that it will help you see the importance of care for this, for elders in our community as a whole, not just my mother. I was not asked to be here. I found out that this hearing was occurring and was told if I felt compelled, I could write a letter in support. And I said, I will not write a letter, I will be there because I want everyone in this room to see my face and to hear my story. For context, as I share my journey, I want you to think about my mom, Arlene. My mom, Arlene, was a vibrant 77-year-old in perfect health. She was an upstanding member of the community. She owned her home. She paid her taxes. She volunteered for CASA. In 2016, she was diagnosed with Alzheimer's after experiencing some significantly life-changing events, which incurred the passing of her husband that she'd been married to for 50 years and a diagnosis of breast cancer. And from that point on, we saw my mom slowly fade away. In 2018, due to concerns with progressive memory issues, and I'm going to just read so I'm sure I get my points in into 5 minutes. Due to concerns with progressive memory issues, which had begun to impact my mom's ability to safely live in her own home, my sisters and I had to make the difficult decision to move my mom from York, the community where she had lived for 40 years, in a beautiful home, to an independent living apartment in a facility in Lincoln. This required to sell off all of her belongings and move from a large home to a small two-bedroom apartment. My mom has always been an extremely social person, to the extent that when my mom and dad were leaving somewhere, my dad would be waiting for her and sigh and say, they just won't stop listening to her. When my mom first moved to the independent living facility, she was able to, with support from staff at the facility and her family, sign up and participate in activities allowing her to maintain some level of social connection. She was also able to come and go as she pleased and was still driving. Eventually, we had to take the car away from her. She lost the ability to manage a schedule, so no longer was able to participate in social activities and spent much of her time alone in her apartment watching TV, and that was only when she could manage the technology. She couldn't read anymore, another pastime she thoroughly enjoyed, and so many times she would sit alone in her apartment doing nothing. If you know anything about Alzheimer's, you are likely aware that social isolation and limited stimulation only exacerbate the progression of the disease. And you may be asking, where is her family? Why are they not there? One of my sisters lives out of town. My other sisters and I both work full-time. In fact, I work outside in Omaha, so I commute. I only have so many hours in my day to manage my work commitments and my own family. Eventually, my mom's memory loss progressed to the point where she was no longer safe in the independent facility, so last June we moved her to an assisted living facility, hoping that the increased support would help her get out of her apartment and connect socially again. Things only spiraled from there. There was not enough to support to help her manage a schedule, so she didn't sign up or know when activities were offered. She could no longer manage her activities of daily living, so she did not shower unless my sisters and I forced her to. She could no longer put together outfits for the day, so when we came to see her, she was wearing outfits that were undignified and completely inappropriate. In fact, one day when I came to visit her on a bitter cold winter day, she was coming back from breakfast and was wearing a tank top, pajama top without a bra. Her hair was a mess and she was completely unkempt. Additionally, within 2 days of coming into the assisted living facility, a bracelet was put on my mom to keep her from leaving the facility. This meant she was no longer allowed to go outside, something she has enjoyed her entire life. And every time she walked by a door, alarms would start going off, alerting everyone in the building that Arlene had just walked by a door and was trying to escape. Absolutely humiliating. If any of those things sound familiar to you, it should, because what that would be described as is jail. My mom was in jail, and she knew she was in jail, and she did nothing to deserve being put in jail. We were at our wits' end until we found Harbor Care. She has lived there now for 2 months. When we went to visit the home, we had to verify that the address was correct because there is absolutely nothing on that home indicating it is a facility or that it is anything more than a home. She is safe. She is well taken care of.
Time.
She has activities from sun up to sundown. She is well kept. She is showered. And most importantly, she is safe. I am begging you to not make a decision on parking. I'm begging you to make a decision on caring for the most vulnerable people in our community who are aging adults with dementia. I have a lot more to say, but my time is up, so thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments? We appreciate your being here. Next testifier, please.
Yes. My name is Pat Cole, and I live at 3801 Calvert. It's 2 doors east of their applicant. When I first got the letter, she did write a few of us who lived close by. I thought, it said a boutique nursing home, and I thought, well, you know, a home for 5 or 6 people, that would be nice. I think that would be a nice idea. And then I got the letter from the city, and it said that the zoning was for up to 16 people, and it was also, once it's zoned, it can include other group people. It could include 16 people. And when we were at the planning department, someone said it could be a group home. But what I really am standing here saying is I have a problem with drainage. There's a drainage that comes from their property, across my neighbor's property, across my property, and down to Stockwell. And when there's a rain, it's a creek that goes through, and of course, I'm worried that when they start constructing and start paving for those parking places, that it's going to get worse. And that's my main concern.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sting. Yes, I think you're next. Yes, thank you for coming forward.
Well, I was going to say good afternoon, but I think it's officially good evening now.
I think you're right.
Thank you for your patience, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to share some of our concerns. My name is Drew Stang. I live at 3545 Calvert. 2 things for sure, and maybe a third if I have enough time. Following up a little bit on Mrs. Cole's comments, as I read the specific request for the special permit on the Planning Commission report, it was for a residential health care facility under the code section of 27.63.530. And as I read the definition of what those uses could be underneath that permit, one of them is the one that the applicant is requesting, but it also includes a group home for 16 or more people. I tried to do some research. I could never really find a definition for what group home of 16 or more people, or where that was defined. So that concerns me, perhaps maybe not for this applicant, but being in this neighborhood for years, I always think about reversion or a subsequent use, perhaps either with them or if they decide to sell, and as it's been identified that the special permit would stay with the property, that the next group comes in and wants to do something different, yet still qualifies underneath that code section. I don't know if this is even close or even applies, but you all made some decisions recently on a Michael house with up to 15 unrelated people. Is that a group home that would fall into the definition of what would be allowed under this code? So those kinds of concerns are there and creep into my mind. The second point I wanted to mention was just historical decisions by the council, your predecessors over the years, and for these types of uses. I made a request to the planning department to send me a list of residential healthcare facilities that fell under this code for the last several years. They were very, very generous and got that to me quickly. I then took a look at each one of those, as I was allowed to be able to do through the city's website, and I provided a copy of this to all of you through an email at the end of last week. But just quickly to kind of summarize that, I thought it was very interesting. There were about 18 such requests that apparently have been approved over the years. And about 2 or 3 of those were actually in a residential area, similar to what we're talking about today. And all of them were allowed up to 5 or 6 residents. All of the others, if you look at those, are on arterial streets or on very busy intersections, to the point of concerns of traffic and deliveries and activity and so on. And owners like Tabitha, Emerald Care, I think specifically is in this market through their Independence homes. They had 3 of them. The Knoll Senior Living, Eastmont Towers, St. Monica's. These are in pretty substantial operators of this type of work. And my point being, if consistency means anything, maybe a residential street is maybe not the best location for something like this, no matter how good the operation is. The one final point I just wanted to mention, this kind of came up earlier during the conversation with Director Carey. In terms of this in effect becomes a commercial use property, even though it says residential all over the place. The parking buffers on commercial properties typically are much greater than what is reflected here. I don't have the exact details, but I know, for example, on the west side of the west lot line, there's only going to be 8 or 10 feet from paving to the lot line, and at least on commercial applications, it's usually quite a bit more than that. So that is all I have, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stang. Any questions, comments? Right. Thank you.
Up for testimony is Leslie Gordon, Reggie Carlson, and then on deck would be Doug Carlson.
Good evening. I am Leslie Gordon, and I live at 3663 Calvert Street. I'm here today to be in opposition of this healthcare facility. I spent 40 years as a registered nurse with the Bryan Healthcare System in Lincoln. I was a float RN working on every unit of the West Campus of Bryan Hospital, including the senior mental health, which services and takes care of patients with mental illness or dementia. I am sharing this with you today because I feel like I have a good understanding with my years of experience of the number of people it takes to care for people. not only staff, but ancillary staff as well. I think Mrs. Hartman has given us some good direction about what her facility would be offering, and I'm not here to criticize that whatsoever, so please understand. I just feel like when they talk about having 4 staff members for 16 patients, there was also a lot of other people that are coming in and out, and they did testify to that fact. People like, and she said that they do their own their own housekeeping and their own cooking. So the 4 people that are watching these 16 patients to provide constant care, which they did testify in their first meeting with the Planning Commission, that they would be in constant supervision of those 16 residents, the 4 caregivers, to provide a safe and secure environment for them. So are they also doing the cooking while they're watching the people? Are they doing the cleaning? Are they doing the laundry? Are they changing the beds? Do they have extra help to do that? If somebody is requiring some physical therapy or occupational therapy because of any needs that they have, do those people come into the residence to assist with that? Or is there an activities director that helps with the activities that the residents receive every day to occupy the hours of the day? Do they have a medication aide that administers the medication? And as she stated, she is the registered nurse who supervises the overall care of all of this. I empathize with the very fact that this is a big need for our community. And we're not here to criticize or take away from that whatsoever. This is a very big concern for our neighborhood as far as the increase in the traffic in and out of this facility every day, and the requirements for the parking for all these staff members that might be coming and going. And when families do visit and are allowed to take part in their family's care, where do they park? We live on a residential street that has no parking on either side of the street. And I don't know that there's enough facility there to accommodate additional family members that might come. This is a big concern for our neighborhood. The residence that is being proposed for this facility sits in the middle of a block. There are 2 homes on each side of it. Calvert is a residential street, not an arterial street. We have a 25-mile-an-hour zone that is enforced, and like I said, no parking. So it is a concern to us of the increased needs of this facility, regardless of how many people they have working on a regular basis, plus the people that are coming in, what that will do to our neighborhood. And I kindly ask that this committee also consider that as well. I appreciate your time today and my opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions at all? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next testifier, please.
Hello, my name is Reggie Carlson. I live at 3910 Stockwell Court, not Circle, but Court. And so I live downstream completely, along with my neighbors, downstream from the residence that is wants to turn into a healthcare facility. I've lived in my home for about 32 years, and during that time I've learned a whole lot about open storm water systems, water that does not flow through culverts. And the result of living there 30 years is a picture that I'm going to show you. I think that I just go like this? Yes. Okay. We used to be able to hop over that little ditch. In fact, when we moved there, we thought that how nice, 2 water features on our land. What a treat. As it turned out, it was not a treat. Other people will testify about the real, true problem of drainage. I mean, I think people talk about parking and drainage. Well, those are real problems when the water is eating away at your backyard and your built structures. It's just a matter of time. We've tried everything to mitigate the problem. And I think that I've sent an email to each of you kind of outlining what we've tried to do and what we've heard from the city. The city cannot help us, apparently, but the only thing that we can do is look to the future. And when I look to the future, I see a yard that is immediately adjacent to mine, and it's about a 2-acre plot. And there's a huge house on it. And the owner, Eldon Jameson, passed away not too long ago, and Betty, I believe, is in assisted living. I do not know what is going to happen to that adjacent property next to me. Can it just become healthcare facility? We could put up maybe 2 or 3 or 4 healthcare facilities that are residential. So I really appreciate the council's thoughts on, let's look at the future here and think about what kind of precedent are we setting. I have a mother-in-law who has dementia, and the story that we heard from the young lady that began this testimony is our story. Absolutely. However, I think she is receiving better care than the young woman's mother. Yes, we all, we don't want to make, demonize our elderly people. That's not the situation at all. I just don't think that this commercial activity that, is going to be worth millions of dollars to the people who own this commercial enterprise, I just don't think that this facility is a good fit for the neighborhood at 37th and Calvert Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carlson. Any questions before? No? All right. Thank you. Next.
Okay, were you Mr. Doug Carlson?
Right.
No, declined? Okay. Next up would be Christopher. Could not catch a last name on the sign-in sheet. Is there a Christopher here to testify? He had to leave. He had to leave. Thank you very much, ma'am. Next up would be Shirley Higgins, Bill Hempel, and then on deck would be Lance Lehman. Shirley Higgins is also gone. Bill Hempel? Okay. Lance Lehman?
Thank you.
After Mr. Lehman is Todd Thornock.
Lance Lehman, 3700 South 37th. And I'll just comment, I'll try and go over a couple of things that I think will be echoed by others who have more specific data on it. And I don't remember which council member asked about the number of homes between the two proposed commercial properties. Yes, but the answer is 2. Two homes between there. As the woman before me described, each of us can have a personal story about those who reach that point near the end of their lives where they need additional care. And I know in this process we collected, I believe, in the neighborhood of some 80 signatures of those opposed to transforming use in the neighborhood. I can assure you those signatures are from people who are every bit as passionate and caring about the business model that Mr. Giles and his sister have created. But I guess the short version would be in a city of our size, and because of things like parking and safety and traffic, it's just hard, I guess, for those of us in the neighborhood potentially impacted to imagine that there isn't, whether it's a feasibility study or otherwise, a even more appropriate location. Because of course the concern is that once this action takes place, as has been described, it remains with the property. So the concern I think that many of us share isn't even directly related to the applicant and the model they're describing. I think a lot of the concern is the future, how it could be used. Any changes on that property will impact the stormwater runoff, and you'll hear more about that shortly. But I just want to thank you for your time, and I particularly want to thank you for spending time visiting the neighborhood and seeing with your own eyes the lay of the land. And I guess final thought would be with the streets, the 40th is a main arterial road, but all of the neighboring streets, whether parking is allowed or not, every street other than Calvert really requires kind of sharing the street as there is oncoming traffic, particularly the one that leads right up to the front of the home. That is one where parking is not allowed on one side, it is on the other, and any car coming down there that meets with another car, you literally have to take turns. Other safety concerns just involve the pedestrian traffic from the neighboring schools, so Rousseau and Southeast. But yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, please.
Hello, my name is Todd Thornock. I live at 3701 Sheridan Boulevard, around the corner from this. I wanted to share a couple of items from my perspective. Meeting with some of my neighbors, we live a little bit further away from this, much closer to Southeast High than most of the adjacent or adjoining neighbors. And so in coming to the Planning Commission meeting and then meeting as a neighborhood after that, I felt like I should volunteer to collect concerns and try to write them up. And in that process of receiving these concerns, I can testify that this neighborhood is a caring neighborhood that loves the idea of caring for elderly memory care patients. They really do. The business model is one that we all nod our head and go, this is what we want for our aging parents. And the concerns actually don't relate to the business model, but relate to the feasibility in our area. And when I got to read all of these comments and try to summarize them, I realized this neighborhood is full of very conscientious, thoughtful individuals who spend a lot of time and want to keep this neighborhood something that they can pass down to their children and their families and it not be changed as much as this could change. I think Drew, when he came up, said that this would be a first of its kind in that it would be a large, a higher density commercial facility, residential memory care facility in a completely commercial, residential neighborhood. So it does stick out on that list of 18. This would be the first of its kind. I think that's really important to note because many of us are thinking about the future as well of what would this look like 10 or 20 years down the road. I have small children. We won't go on the traffic issue with that, but I think about their future and if they want to stay in the neighborhood or care about the neighborhood, it's going to be different. And when you juxtapose a commercial entity of this size next to residential homes completely around it, we know that that will never be a single family home again if approved. And that juxtaposition also puts in conflicting incentives. Our incentives as residents are very different than the incentives of a business. And so ours relate more to community and continuity and stability, whereas businesses, and while the great idea of this business makes a lot of sense and does somewhat dovetail with ours, the property would not necessarily be the second that they choose to move on. And that conflicting interest is something that we would have to live with for the indefinite future if this is granted. And that, I mean, the second that it doesn't work out for them, they can move on, and we're the ones that have to worry about what is next to go in there. And that's of great concern to me as well. So, I don't think I started as I should have, which was thank you. Thank you all council members and thank you everyone who spent time, including the applicant and those opposed. I am opposed to granting of this. That is my stated position. And I'm willing to take any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you very much. Any questions for our testifier? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Next testifier, Madam Clerk.
Next testifier is Dan Klein. You can go ahead and step on up, Priscilla Henkelman, and then on deck would be Greg Fusselman.
Good evening. I want to first extend thanks to Councilmember Shobi and Suarez for coming to our neighborhood meeting, and Councilmember Washington for giving me a personal response to my email. Thank you for that. My name is Dan Klein. I reside at 3745 Calvert Street, immediately east of the applicant's property. And I wish to state my position as opposed. I guess I framed it in my email, but I would like you to consider the denial or opposition as if an entity operating would buy the home next to yours and have 20 permanent occupants and the associated services to operate that entity. That's what's happening to me and an adjoining property member on the west side. I have the unique perspective is I have been in the assisted living industry for over 20 years now and currently operate a commercial entity with 16 memory care residents. And I have that experience for 20 plus years. The memory facility is around 10 years old, just over 10 years old, but in the assisted living business for 20 plus years. So I have a perspective of what it takes to staff, care for, support, and the amount of traffic and support of our team and our residents and families to operate a commercial enterprise. Since the Planning Commission have done some thought is to, I've never thought about how many people show up in our parking lot every day. Not been a thought before the applicant purchased next door to me. Didn't consider that as maybe necessarily when we went through the Planning Commission process, being on the other side, somewhat like the applicant, in a much larger dense area than what I am now as R2. Our facility is in R4 and is adjacent to Kohl's. So highly commercial, but is adjoining multifamily townhomes, and we're the buffer between the two. And in doing the thought process of how many people we have coming and going, staff, manager support, families, deliveries, I estimate it's probably in the 30 to 40 cars a day. Vehicles, not just cars. So that's upwards of close to 300 a week that are in and out of our driveway. And that will be similar support in the driveway next to mine in terms of the busyness that's created on our street, in terms of the diminished safety that Mr. Thornock mentioned with his young kids walking to school in the neighborhood. I had the privilege of raising 2 kids in that neighborhood, and they rode bikes to school. They are out of the house now and don't ride bikes. So I don't have that personal, emotional, maybe feeling of safety that other families in our neighborhood may have.
1 minute.
Traffic is a concern. Additional perspective is on the size of the house. A little over 4,800 square feet. They operate an entity with 6 residents with over 3,600 square feet. And they're adding 10 more in about 1,200 square feet. So between a little over 4,800 square feet, they're going to have 16 residents and 4 staff plus support in that establishment. My facility that I operate is 10,400. We have 18 parking stalls plus 2 handicap. So there's a number of variances that you can compare operations because we have 16 residents.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, sir? Yes.
You said that your facility is 10,000 square feet, right?
Is that the building itself, or is that the lot size?
No, that's the structure itself.
Structure itself. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oh, yes, Councilwoman Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Klein, thank you for your perspective. So you have a facility right now with 16 residents, and you mentioned that you're in R4, and that you have lots of parking. You're in a commercial area. You're next to Kohl's. How large is your memory care facility?
That is the memory care facility.
Oh, that's all memory care.
Exclusive.
So 16. Okay. And how many staff do you have on at any one time?
When we're licensed for 16 residents, we have 16 residential apartments, and when at full capacity, we'll have 4 people plus management or administrator and activities. So there would be 6 individuals.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Klein. Ms. Hinkleman, welcome.
Thank you, Council Chair. I'm Priscilla Henkelman. I live at 3810 Stockwell Street. And thank you. I've learned a lot here today, and I really appreciate the questions and the diligence. We have a very smart council. Thank you. My husband, who's also here, and my son and I live at 3810 Stockwell, as I mentioned. This is 1 block south and 1 block east of the proposed property. So we're basically at the bottom of the hill. The proposed project, as has been stated, will significantly increase the amount of driveways, sidewalks, parking, construction, etc., which will increase the water flow. And as we all know, water is going to flow down to the lowest point, and we happen to live at the very bottom of the hill to the southeast. We have been severely flooded out twice in the last decade, in 2015 and again in 2016. Both times we had to move out of our property for 6 weeks during the period of trying to get it restored. I'm going to show you a couple of pictures as to what the rainwater looks like when you get that kind of a drenching water. I mean, it's pretty unbelievable. Oh, do I have them backwards?
Oh, there you go.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Anyway, if anybody wants to see this closer, get up here, and I'll pass it to you. We had to spend significantly more than $100,000 out of pocket to try to mitigate these water problems. So any further development at a higher elevation is a potential hazard to us. And we respectfully contend, I did appreciate what the director of the Planning Commission said about it not really impacting the stormwater situation, but I don't know. The property's over an acre, and I guess I wish they would have considered that. And again, as our neighbor just pointed out, there's an open stormwater sewer that's probably about 12 to 15 feet. It's eroded to that point. I would also point out on a related water note that the existing city water and sewer systems will possibly not even be able to bear the increased load of 16 or more residents in this building, because that is way more than, it's exponentially more than what you would have in a regular house. You're not going to have 16 or 20 people there other than for a Christmas holiday or something like that. When we had to replace our part of our water system at our own home, we learned that the existing city water did not end right at the outside the property, as is normal in most areas of town. We had to pay a plumber to dig from across the street from our house all the way west, 1.5 blocks to 2 blocks up Stockwell Street, to connect with city water at the top of the hill on South 37th Street. I mention this not to complain, we were happy to do it, but rather to indicate that the city water infrastructure in this neighborhood is absolutely not set up for commercial enterprises. It takes more than lot size to support viable, ongoing, functioning commercial enterprises. And we've talked about the parking plan, so I won't belabor that. I would also note that the proposed facility for 12 to 16 residents and 4 staff, I would contend that it is absolutely not a small home-like setting. I think the intents, they probably have very compassionate, kind staff, but most homes in this day and age are not 12 to 16 members. And this is basically the same size as most of the commercial dementia units in town that are part of a nursing home or apartments.
1 minute.
My own father had to be moved into one of those facilities, and he was far happier in that facility than he was locked into his own home, because he could pace around and there was much more area to walk. In this type of a house, like in my own house, you know, he would pace, and if he didn't have enough space, it was very frustrating to him. Since I'm almost out of time, I just want to say I'm very grateful that the council's considering this, and I would respectfully request that you deny the special use permit for all the reasons that have been articulated. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. And thank you for the drawings, the art.
Greg Fusselman, 3901 South 39th Street, opposed. And I'm going to bring the pictures back out again because they're taken off of my deck. Live down the creek or down the drainage from where Priscilla lives. We've seen white water in the backyard over the years before some changes were made. If you see the tree right here, this is about 5 feet from here to here. It's about 20 feet from here to my walkout basement. My concern is if there's any additional water, stormwater that's not mitigated, that if you add any concrete, any parking lots, any roof area, you're going to have additional water coming down there, and who knows what's going to happen with it. At the very back of this, there's a 36-inch culvert where the water actually goes into the culvert. Unless there's too much water to go through the culvert, then it runs over the top. It runs between houses, and it dumps out to Prescott Street. And one of the neighbors here, hopefully has time to speak, if it does that, many times the water ends up in his crawl space. So we're really concerned about that. There really should be a runoff water study done to make sure that this doesn't cause negative impact to neighbors downstream. I'm also concerned about traffic. I don't know if you've been on 40th Street lately or tried to get onto 40th Street going north, or even 33rd Street during school time. I'm concerned any additional traffic coming and going from 40th and Calvert, or down at the school end at 33rd and Calvert, or if they go north on 37th Street, puts them right in the Cathedral crosswalk area. So really concerned about the impact for traffic and water in the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Next testifiers, please.
Next testifier is Steve Blasik, and then Teresa Schmidt. On deck would be Kathy Needy.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much. My name is Steve Blasik. I live at 3636 South 37th Street, and my property connects to the space under review. If you've seen here today, we've got a lot of very passionate people that are speaking about this. We received very little notice to our group in the neighborhood, but we still alerted everyone, and we just feel it's a very poor plan. I'm very concerned about the integrity of the neighborhood if the commercial zoning is allowed. As a child, I spent a lot of time at my grandparents' house on the corner of 15th and C Street, which at one time was full of beautiful homes, but a lack of foresight has led it to become a problem neighborhood. We have a chance to stop this from happening in our neighborhood before it becomes a problem. My biggest concern is the traffic created by 14 to 20 person residents. There will be food delivery trucks, oxygen trucks, linen trucks, not to mention emergency vehicles, visitors, clergy, and medical staff. We moved into this neighborhood because it was safe for our children to walk and ride their bikes to school. We have absolutely no sidewalks on my street of 37th Street. It's never been a problem, but will be with the increased traffic that we'll see. It makes no sense to put the children's safety at risk just to benefit this development. As we get older, many of us will move out of the neighborhood. Young families will take our places. The decisions you make today will not only affect us, but families and children
for years to come. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Steve. Questions? All right. Appreciate it very much. Thanks for coming down. Ms. Schmidt.
Thank you and welcome. Teresa Schmidt, Trixie is what I go by. Thank you for having us today. I'm opposed to this, obviously enough. I'm not going through my page and a half. I'm going to get to the point. You know this is a business, period. It's a business. It's a good business. I don't disagree with that. They have a beautiful model. It shouldn't be in this residential neighborhood. And to say that it will still look like a residence doesn't fly. They're doing the circular drive, which will have tons of traffic coming and going. Amazon by itself would be enough. We've got a parking lot in the back with lights. They're doing egress windows on one side. If they expand, which they want to do, they have to put in an elevator. They're putting a fence around the property to keep people safe, which is good. It will not look like a residential home in our neighborhood. And we all bought our homes 40 to 50 years ago, some even 60 years ago, because we loved the look and that it was for families and homes and that we could raise our family here. So you've kind of heard this. I just want to go over this. But what I'm also really concerned about is that there wasn't this SWEP, Stormwater Prevention Pollution Plan. If you have a 1 acre lot, I think it's in city code that you should have that. And we asked the Planning Commission and they said something about there wasn't enough disturbance. There is a disturbance. The construction, the windows, everything I said earlier, there's a disturbance to the land. We have massive water coming down. Fortunately, I live up the hill, so I don't have to deal with it. But we have rain and water issues, and this will disturb it. And I'd love to have, for sure, the SWIP review. I don't know what you call it. I want that done. I think it should be done, and I hope the council demands that. And this is basically for the whole process. I'm not going to go over all my other stuff. We felt kind of sideswiped with all of this. We felt like there, as a neighborhood, to the person, we felt like we didn't get enough notice. When we had the Planning Commission hearing, we came up and gave emotional testimony about the owls and the trees, and because we didn't have time to do the research you're hearing today on the issues. I don't think there's transparency. I don't think there's time for neighborhoods to meet. There was no chance to meet with the developer. There was no opportunity. A letter was sent out and they gave us their website and their Facebook page, and that was it. We needed to be able to talk to the developer. We needed more time as neighbors to gather our protests, I guess, to do a good job in front of you. I'm afraid if this is what the process is for the city of Lincoln, I really think it needs to be looked at. I really am opposed to this. I hope you vote against it, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Trixie. Any more testifiers, Madam Clerk?
Up next is Kathy Keaty. Chris Gill, you can come on forward if you plan on testifying.
Thank you. Kathy Cady, 3740 Calvert Street. We're directly across the street north on the corner. We're one of the corner houses that 38th Street leads right into this home across 38th, across Calvert. I'm going to present emotional testimony because I have lived there since 1990. Second generation to move into that neighborhood. I know we're not the only family that has second generation in that neighborhood. It's because it is a jewel of Lincoln. That's a jewel of Lincoln, just like our downtown community has its jewel. This is old Lincoln. This is classic. You don't just uproot this house and put a commercial building. Everyone will sell before that happens. I mean, why wouldn't we? We've been there since 1990. What's the value of our home and what's it going to become? We have a large lot. There's only 2 houses on our block, on our side. I've seen many accidents there. There's a blind spot. The sun hits there when it's setting, when it's coming up. Our neighbor could, right, the house that sits on that corner, their boys got smashed by a car during traffic, during school time, and the van that would hit them ended up in our yard and almost hit our tree. These 2 boys walked away, I don't know how, because of their car and the airbags. We have our own emergencies. We have our own 911 issues. We don't need a house full of more people. We're very compassionate people. Before the Zazas had that house, it was Dr. Christensen's house. So I think this is only the 3rd owner The Zazes were the second owners, I believe. And Dr. Christensen's wife became afflicted with Alzheimer's. So yes, their letters sounded really, we kind of felt nice and fluffy about it too. 6 people would be perhaps manageable. When you start piling people into the same bedrooms, I just don't understand why someone would pay that kind of care to share a bedroom at their end of life. I'm sorry, I oppose it, and I hope that I don't know how it passed the city planning commission, rubber stamped, without us knowing about this happening. Because I guess, we're kind of in the heart of the neighborhood, and hate to see this happen. There's Rousseau, there's Southeast, there's Calvert Rec and Calvert Elementary. Yeah, it makes no sense to us, and that's why we're kind of compassionate and hot and emotional about it. So thank you for hearing us.
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Any questions? All right, thank you.
I apologize, Mr. Gill. I had called you up sooner than I needed to. There's still 3 or 4 more testifiers, so I'll correct myself on that. Excuse me. Next up for testimony is Greg Lemon. Russell Bartholow can come on up to speak. And then on deck would be Rosina Polini.
Thank you, Chair Ward and members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Greg Lemon. I live at 3800 South 39th. I am about a block south of the new development. A lot of people have said they're long-term residents of this neighborhood and don't want to see it change. My story is a little different. I'll try to tell it very quickly. I was a resident of a newer neighborhood, and I moved close to a shopping facility, close to South Point Mall. I knew I was next to a mall. They built the Shields bigger, right sort of in my front yard. I didn't like that very well, so I moved to an old established part of town where I thought things wouldn't change. Second thing is just the Planning Commission, and early part of this conversation, there was a lot of emphasis on the special permit and that all the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed, and therefore the staff said yes. And I guess, I've worked with laws all my life, and if I go down to get a permit for my garage, which I've done a couple times, the guy or gal at the front desk can stamp that. With a special permit, there's a procedure for testimony, a public hearing, and obviously there's a reason for that. There has to be a reason for that. And the reason for that is just because all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed doesn't mean it has to be approved. As Councilman Bowers said, it can be denied if there's a fundamental change to the zoning in the neighborhood. We've talked a lot about commercial versus residential. Just to deconstruct this a little bit, what we had there and we thought we would continue to have is, I believe, a 5-bedroom house where you'd expect maybe 5 to 8 people to live. What we're proposing is a facility where there will be 16 people living in addition to at least 4 full-time staff. That seems to me to be a fundamental change to the zoning area, and therefore I think both legally and as a matter of policy we would request that the special permit be denied and the appeal be upheld. Thank you so much, and I would be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Lemon. Any questions for Mr. Lemon? Really appreciate it. Thanks for being here, Greg. Could you go ahead and state your name again for the record, please, and your address when you're ready?
Good evening, Council. My name is Russell Bartholow. I live at 3810 Prescott Avenue. And I'll orient you to where I live. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can everybody back there hear me? Yeah? I'll orient you to where I live. This is north, so Planet North. If you come down, I think this is the facility for the home. And this is the young lady, Cole. She lived 2 houses over. The water flows down and to the east and then comes between. This is Sandy and Leslie's home right here, and there's a big, beautiful garden, and this is where they flooded. That water continues down under the street. There's a culvert, Stockwell. Trixie lives up here in this beautiful home. The water continues down past the Berry's home, and then it goes between these homes on 39th Street. These homes aren't affected because they're on a higher rise, but the water comes down. Now, this is all private property from the facility, the commercial facility. This is all private property except the culvert on Stockwell, and it continues on private property till it hits the back of Greg's house. And Greg was up here earlier. Greg showed you his backyard. That's Greg's backyard. So this is him standing on the stairs of his deck with this tree. And this water runs from north to south. And as you can see, that arrow points to my house. So all my life, I've received everybody else's runoff. This is nothing different. So this is Greg's backyard. You can see it's flooded. His door to his downstairs right here. This water is running south. As you can see on the picture, it's running south to my culvert. I got a 20-foot in circumference culvert that's where the city takes responsibility, right, is when that culvert starts. That water, some more of that water, this is Greg's deck, that water is about 4 feet, 5 feet deep. You throw my 7-year-old in that water, he's going to go and get sucked into the culvert, and he's going to see Pennywise the clown. So that water continues south until it hits my culvert. When there's too much water, the culvert can only handle so much. And they designed this so that the water would spread until it did fit into the culvert. When there's too much water, the water runs over the culvert. And look here at the diagram. And see, there's the culvert. It runs down the side of my house here, and I don't have a basement because of this low-level area. I have a crawl space, and into my crawl space. So I wanted to orient you all to the situation that I'm involved in. I'm at the bottom where all the water runs. And this is, again, all private land. So the damage that's done is like the damage that water does to a farmer on a river, right? 1 year they could lose an acre, 1 year they could probably gain 2 acres. I only lose land because all the dirt and whatnot gets swept in that culvert and then goes wherever it goes. I guess Lake McConaughey. So I don't even need an exponential, just an incremental amount of increase. And I'm not a water study person. But the gentleman before said increased concrete surface would increase water flow because, of course, the water is not absorbed there at the facility. It runs south to my place. Here's my ask to the council. I looked up pro and con. It gave me a Bible verse. I didn't want to read that. So I'll just say I'm kind of bilateral with some contingents. And the contingent is really upon you all as our city architects. So with the water flow, I would like a water flow study. That's the ask. And here's the reasons why. I'd like to understand the impact on my property. Remember, more water, I'm going to lose more ground. I'd like to understand the impact to my children and my pet safety.
1 minute.
Thank you. I'd like to understand the impact on our 60-year-old community, as everybody has passionately communicated. And I do agree the city water system, as you can see the way this one is designed, may not be prepared to deal with, internal water from 16 people as well as runoff. As you think about the water flow study that is my ask to you, I'd like you to consider the following 3 things. Would you approve this major commercial exception next door to you, as the gentleman said, and as our architects, and I do trust your decisions, are commercial operations such as this a positive addition to the community, right? We don't want something that's neutral. We want to always add positivity. And then lastly, I'll live at this address till roughly 2043, which means like 4 or 5 elections for you. And I would like you to also consider this precedent for your future, the people who take your seat in the future. Thank you very much for giving me the time, and I thank you very much for you doing the job that you do. And Sandra, Councilman Washington, thank you for actually tactically hitting the ground and looking at the situation. So have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Any questions for a testifier? Thank you. Next testifier, please. Rosina.
Hello, I'm Rosina Paolini, 1850 Dakota. Thanks for all your work. I appreciate, I know you have a background in elder care, your background in social work. I hope you feel better. What Nikki didn't tell you is Nikki's been a physical therapist. I can't remember how long. I know this because I've worked with her. She actually started the Southeast Community PTA program with Betsy. And I was very proud to be their first, I'm horrible, as you can imagine, at lecturing, but was one of their first teachers. Anyhow, so this gal understands mental memory care. She understands what an assisted living with memory care looks like. Who here has somebody in memory care currently? I do. My auntie. And I came in here with a different perspective. I came in here with my normal assisted living memory care hat on, where the CNAs, forgive me, sit in a chair quite often and stare at a computer and on their phones. Their activity director is amazing and does most of the interaction with my aunt. Why do I know this? Because I go to see her 3 times a week usually, because I don't trust that she will get the care that she needs. And because we keep her active, and because you all know what a pain in the ass I can be, I am there regularly, and I make sure she gets the care she needs. She does sleep at night, much unlike my grandmother, who didn't have the proper care. I'm so thankful to be adopted. But sadly, my behavior, driven, little type A, we all know that I have my isms, am very likely to end up with Alzheimer's. The important thing is, along with not just memory care, but the collaborative living situation. My mother was the instigator of getting people out of Beatrice State Home and into group homes in Lincoln. All of these were new concepts we didn't understand and were afraid of. Fear. Understandable. When we engage in everything our loved one does, the cooking, the bathing, the everything, and our aides aren't sitting in a chair, I wouldn't have said this 2 hours ago. I'll believe it. Because I've seen it. Because I've seen the complacency. I've seen the, what we call healthcare in facilities. So on that level, I applaud Harbor House and their new concept. It is a new concept, and we need to look at how it's going to develop. But I love the concept. On another note, and this is rinse repeat, and we hear, you know what I'm going to say. Didn't hear about it, didn't know about it, dismissed. The reality is, if we don't get in and this is the reality, is if we don't get in on the zoning change and we don't hold planning accountable to a proper residential looking commercial living place, then we have these discussions. But when that interaction and communication with the residents, with the planning department, then with the planning commission, when we're all on the same page before we get here, we don't have this. And again, this is rinse repeat, folks. We know the multiple developments that come up with kind of the same outcome. So maybe if we can do the planning, more of the planning end, really understand what's appropriate in that area, that really holds our policies, our goals, our steps, our action steps, like, complete neighborhoods, existing neighborhoods, to the highest degree. We don't have this. So I think it goes back to the planning. I think we can really turn this around. And I think we can have everything either be neutral or, yeah, what a great development. And to your point, I'd put Auntie in there if I could too, but we'd need Medicaid or Medicare, right? And that's always a concern because sadly, this is a growing concern. Any questions?
Questions for Rosina? All right. Thank you very much, Rosina.
Catherine Burnt? Okay.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to come up and testify on this item? Please come forward. And if you can state your name and address, please, that would be great.
Michael Cady, 3740 Calvert. Michael Cady, 3740 Calvert. The gentleman who is financing this was talking about the community, but he was talking about the community of his residents. And even earlier, when you guys were talking about the downtown area, the importance of safety was priority. And is it still priority? Because traffic is a huge problem. It is a residential neighborhood. I grew up, and plus people have left out Cathedral. Children walk to Cathedral, so they're going. So you got Russo, Calvert, and Cathedral Elementary. So I'm asking you to honor your initial statements about your primary concern being safety of the community. And obviously, I'm a mental health provider, but I'm not going to create a mental health facility in my neighborhood. I rent a building and put it in an appropriate neighborhood that is commercial. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next testifier.
Good evening. My name is Quinlan Sleddens. I live at 105 North 8th Street down in the Haymarket. You recently heard a testimony from my mother, and I do apologize for the waterworks because this means more to me than you can imagine. My mom did not ask me to come here today. I came here because I watched the testimonies, and I think you are all grossly underestimating what Harbor Care does. My grandmother is in a home, not a facility. A home, much like the home you will all go home to tonight, and most of us are fortunate enough to live in homes our entire lives. One of the many reasons we choose to live in Lincoln so we can have homes with yards and neighborhoods versus our complexes or high-rises. It doesn't make sense that as they become older adults, especially an older adult with dementia, people like my grandmother who need this comfort, the familiarity of the most, we take this away from them. We can do better. Lincoln can do it better. And Harbor Senior Care has done this for my grandmother. I am haunted by visions of going to visit her at prior care facilities as she wandered by herself, unkept. None of the staff even cared to check up on her. I recognize the concerns of the neighbors and understand the importance of maintaining properties. My mother is a property owner. My family is property owners. I want to emphasize that the residents living in these homes were once all of your neighbors. The only change is that dementia has taken away their ability to live alone. Harbor Senior Care is a way for them to still live in a home yet remain safe and protected. Some of the concerns about traffic in and out of the home, multiple cars being parked around the home, and the ecosystem in the neighborhood being ruined, these concerns are speculative. The residents are homebound individuals who infrequently leave the home, and when they do, are supervised. When I go to visit my grandmother, I park my car in the driveway, and there's like one other car in there. Who is that hurting? They are no longer driving their own cars. The home on Pinedale is quiet with minimal traffic in and out, only the occasional family members visiting on or occasional social activities, which is no different than any other home here in Lincoln. Though my experience has only been with the Pinedale home, there's no reason to think that the Calvert Street home will be any different. Alzheimer's will kill my grandmother. That is a fact that none of you can testify against. It is an illness and a terminal disease. My only hope is that, and the hope of me and my family, is that she can live safely with dignity and experience as many moments of joy that are possible for someone living with this horrific disease. It consumes every part of you. Everything that once made up my grandmother has been taken away from me, and on days she does not remember my own name. So it is our duty as a community to support these vulnerable individuals and their family who are on this journey. Not only will these 16 residents be provided safe care from people who care about them and bother to care about them, their families will benefit from this. I wake up every morning and think of my grandmother, and I am so thankful that she is somewhere safe. Instead of discussing how to stop facilities like this from happening, we should be discussing how to incorporate more of these homes in our neighborhoods and communities. I would love if something like this existed in my future neighborhood, to know that my community came together to help the most vulnerable members of our community. Would you like them to live in a large institution or in a nurturing home environment receiving individualized care with these caregivers who truly know them and care about them? Katie and her staff know my grandmother. They know what she likes. They help her answer my FaceTime calls. And I am scared that I am not going to have more time to visit her, as I'm probably going to move out of Lincoln someday. So I am thankful for every moment that I get to spend with her and the care that she is allowed to receive there. I am asking the City Council to approve the request of Harbor Senior Care to be zoned as a residential healthcare facility and allow other residents in our community to experience what this amazing facility has to offer.
1 minute.
They cook them dinner, they help them shower, they cut their hair, things that my grandmother now struggles with but once loved. I am happy to walk in and see her smiling face. As a former nurse, it gives her a sense of purpose to live there and to assist. And I have seen life breathe back into her. For so long, I watched her age and deteriorate physically and mentally, but for the first time, I have given some sense of hope that this disease hasn't completely consumed her. I once again apologize for the waterworks. This just means more to me than anything else, and is the reason that I left my home and canceled meetings that I had planned for tonight to come here and testify. Because I care about these people and the care that they receive. And I am so thankful for Harbor Care Senior Facility for making my grandmother Arlene again. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you for that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Of course.
Thank
Have a
you.
good evening, and thank you to everyone for testifying.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, I'm Mark Zink. I live at 3737 Stockwell Street, next to the illustrious Trixie. My dad built our house in 1954. I'm the second generation owning the property. We've gone in, did the upgrades that it needed to do to make it a beautiful residential home. My son, 23 years old, is next in line. We want to keep the neighborhood that way. That's the reason we built there in the first place in 1954, was to design the neighborhood the way we intended it. We all have experienced family members, most of us with family members with dementia. It's a horrible disease. Absolutely understand it. It does not need to be put into our neighborhood. However, this gentleman right back here has Waterford. Absolutely outstanding facility, zoned R4. It sits in a wonderful part of South Lincoln. This facility does not need to be on Stockwell or Calvert Street. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any further testifiers, Madam Clerk, or anyone else present? Please come forward. Madam Clerk, do you have anyone else signed in? Okay. Anyone else present that would like to testify on this item? Anyone else? All right. The applicant, you are welcome to close or have a rebuttal, or your co-applicants if you would like.
It's almost wrong that I'm the one doing this because, again, but that's why I'm doing it. At the end of the day, I just put the business structures in place and finance it. It's not about money, because trust me, I'm not making any money off this. It's because I've made money doing other things, and I want to have an impact. There's a lot of misinformation and a lot of fear, and I understand that. But what's hard is, as we hear each other share, we should each get more smarter and stop arguing with polarities as though we haven't heard what's been shared. And I know that comes from just a place of fear. Again, I come from a very nice neighborhood in Omaha, and we have a group home just blocks away. And I'm sure when that happened, the same process happened, but nobody's property values have changed because a house exists a couple blocks away, and the only thing you can see is extra parking. And if you're really good, you can see a special little fire hydrant device that helps with water supply. But nobody notices the difference. And I know there's other people that service the elderly with dementia. I know that. But nobody does this. And the way that's done, and the thing that I've heard over and over again from families, because most of them have come from other facilities, is when they move in here, they come back alive. And that's what this is about. And what's disturbing is this isn't just about, like, the community needs this, people need this. Our residents, like, they were all prominent people in this community at one point. And even for myself, it scares me that I'm working my tail off. This whole, and what happens in the last chapter? I'm not going to have choices? And that's just what we're trying to, I think, create, is not cookie cutter. Everybody belongs in a large institution. And it's what we continue to hear. Yes, they're beautiful places with granite countertops and beautiful waterfalls and all of those things. Beautiful suites, 2-bedroom suites. But what we continue to hear is, and they're alone. And they're alone. And they're found under their beds. And they have bruises and scratches. And we're just committed to do it different. And if the criteria that's been shared becomes the criteria of why we can't provide this in Lincoln, that's what scares me. So I would just, after we were approved for our first home, city planning ended the meeting. I don't remember the individual, but she just said, I hope you do many of these in Lincoln. And I hope you do it next door to where I live. And in that moment, that was over 1.5 years ago, but I hoped that could be our reality. Just thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Were there any further questions from the council for our applicant?
I have a question.
Thank you for coming back. Councilman Bowers.
Can you remind us again how many folks you have living at the Pinedale house?
We have 6 residents.
6 residents. With how many staff? About 2 to 3? Or
we have 3.
Staff? So I guess, just to, provide you like an opportunity to respond to it, because like one thing that I'm kind of getting caught up on is, I looked on the county assessor's website. It looks like about the similar square footage for the Pinedale house and Calvert house. But it appears that there's almost like tripling of the amount of people that would live there and increase staff, right? Because I mean, if we go to 16, I mean, it's the folks that you have in your house now over in Pinedale over doubling that. And that's one thing that's causing me a little bit of concern, right? And I have no doubt that you're providing, I'm sure that providing good services and preventing the institutionalization of care for folks that are experiencing Alzheimer's and have this progressive illness or this terminal illness. I guess, can you just respond to the fact that essentially doubling the amount of people that would be living there in a similar square footage house to me, that almost kind of seems like, yeah, can you just respond to that?
Sure. So again, just for clarity, I know the special permit is for 16. And again, our intention is to open with 12, and that's all we can do in the existing facility, because it's just not about, there's also so much square footage per resident, and there's other criteria involved in this. So we would open this home with 12 residents. I don't remember the exact square footage, but it's well over 1,000 more in Calvert than it is in Pinedale.
That's not what I saw on the county assessor's website. On the county assessor's website, it looked about 2,000 for Pinedale, about 2,500 for Calvert, and going from 6 to 12 still doubles it, including the additional staff, going from 3 that you have.
Right.
There
So
to
they're both walkout ranch homes, and so sometimes what you see on the county assessor is just main level square footage on there, and it's not done consistently, but it's considerably larger. And then there's also just setup of homes, right? And so in Pinedale, I would say residents spend 90, like we have a whole huge walkout basement, rarely ever used. Really, it's only used if family comes over, if there's a special event or something. So that there's a large amount of square footage in the current Pinedale home that rarely ever is used. And so again, we've got 3 community rooms in the Calvert home. So that's part of it, right? You've got part of it, which is where you're sleeping, where rooms. But again, the residents do not spend time in their bedrooms. They're always out in community. So there are 3 what I'd consider community rooms, 1 in the lower level and 2 in the upper level in the Calvert home.
Okay.
Right.
Any other questions for our applicant? All right. Okay, thank you very much for those comments. Yes, thank you. All right. Okay, seeing no other questions, Madam Clerk, we can move on.
That concludes our public hearing on section 5. We can now vote on these items. We had already voted on item 5A.
Yes. Yes, we did. Thank you.
And we'll go ahead and I'll read item 5B. Appeal by Steve Blazek of Planning Commission approval of special permit 23005 to allow for a residential healthcare facility for up to 16 residents on the property generally located at 3737 Calvert Street. Introduced by Shope.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Beckius. Further discussion? Councilman Beckius.
Thank you, Chair Ward. When looking through this application, the special use permit, the biggest question that comes to my mind is how does this use interfere with the neighbors and the use of their own property? And I recognize that change of any sort can be very, very difficult. And we've obviously had a lot of emotional testimony here today from folks. I sat down and I looked at the impacts that this permit would have to both this particular property and then the neighborhood as a whole. The disturbance area, that being the area that we would be looking at in terms of, do you need a swap permit? Turning area into concrete, we're looking at a relatively small area. And I know that people don't appreciate necessarily the vast amounts of water that can flow through a neighborhood, but in relation to what we've seen here today, the disturbance area is relatively small. And I don't believe the impact will be large. We're talking about a disturbance area, I believe, of less than 3,000 square feet. Other commenters had talked about safety being an issue, and I agree. Safety is an issue. But when we sit down and think about how many folks are actually coming and going from this house every day, keeping in mind that most of the residents are not coming and going. But when we talk about actually trips, coming and going from this house,
I don't think we're talking about a very sizable number. Calvert Street holds a fair amount of traffic per day. I think that we're probably looking at 30 or 40 trips per day on average for this facility. We don't have a minimum square footage requirements for housing people. And so I think that some of that commentary has been moot. Once again, this area is going to be used for a residential purpose, folks living in a home. It is a commercial enterprise. It's a for-profit business. But one of the things that we consider, or at least I did when I was a planning commissioner, is the primary use of that property vastly different than the other uses around it. I understand that we can have differing opinions on this, but I think the vast majority of what we're seeing here is a residential use. Yes, it's going to have employees living there. It's a for-profit entity. It's going to have more people coming and going than your average residential property would. But large and far, I believe this to be compatible with a residential use. And for those reasons, I'll vote in support.
Councilman Shob?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for staff. Could we get Mr. Carey and possibly the city attorney?
Okay, very good. Director Carey and Counselor.
We'll put him on hold for a second. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Mr. C. All right.
Yes.
Thank you, both.
Hiding in the corner. Mr. C, Mr. Carey, thanks for coming forward. Still wrestling with the special permit thing. I think I understand you say that we, the council, could put additional conditions on this?
Yes, that's correct. Mm-hmm.
So how would that look? Like, I could just make a motion to amend, make a motion to, how do I, yeah.
Yeah, Tim C., Assistant City Attorney. Yes, you could make a motion to amend the resolution. The resolution before you is drafted the same as which was submitted of the conditions in the staff report. But if you wanted to add conditions, you certainly have the authority to do that.
Thank you. That's the first one. And the second, during the break, I spoke with some of the residents, and they asked about stormwater and traffic studies. Is that something we can require of the developer before they actually finish? Or in the second part, then how do we instigate a traffic or a water study?
So I think my response to that would be that the stormwater
Yes.
is one of the main things.
Rain.
In our rules for the city, we do have it in writing that says 1 acre or more of disturbance. And so that is clearly that threshold is not being hit with this project.
How do we define disturbance? Can you help me with that one? Like, I'm going to put in a basketball court, that would be a disturbance?
Yeah. So disturbance is really it's a slang term, for lack of a better way of saying that. The code actually talks about land development activity or land redevelopment activity, and that definition goes back to construction activity. And construction activity includes anything where you are creating impervious surfaces. So a building creates an impervious surface. Asphalt creates impervious surface. So if you're creating impervious surface of greater than 1 acre, then you must comply with post-construction management plans. And those are all the fun terms that come up when we talk about that. But
in this case, we're putting in like 6 parking spots, maybe, and that would
patio.
be. Yeah. Oh, sorry, help me out, Mr. Councilman.
And a patio.
And a patio.
I think, yes. I mean, it's to that level, which was not going to get close to a 1 acre amount.
Those are my questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions for staff that are present? Councilwoman Washington.
Does anything in our code prohibit us from asking for a stormwater assessment for less than 1 acre?
there's nothing in the code that would prohibit this council from making that request. As part of considering this application.
I would just add to that, perhaps more commentary than anything, is that is not our typical request for projects like this.
I understand. I'm looking at the amount of water that flows through this area with the rain and wondering about 6 or 7 more parking spaces and a patio, increasing impervious surface. Certainly it's less than 1 acre. It's a consideration. Can we ask that it be engineered to flow to Calvert and not downhill? Can we, I mean.
I think that perhaps a different option, short of doing a study or something to that level, a certain requirement in an action that you might take could include some language that says some level of mitigation to limit the amount of flow, to hold some water on the site. Again, I'm standing here trying to come up with it as I speak.
Here is the challenge with amending at the dais without a moment to craft something that might be perfectly articulate.
We have a motion in a second.
Yeah, I am contemplating something that I heard whispered down the desk here. So, yeah, I think I would like to motion a delay for 1 week.
Motion made.
Is that in the form of a motion,
That is a
Councilwoman?
motion. Yeah, I know I asked it as a question, kind of, but I would like to motion delay for 1 week.
Is there a second?
Okay.
Is there a second? Okay. I think that the motion dies for lack of a second, Councilwoman.
It does. All right.
Councilwoman Suarez, you are recognized for a comment.
Thank you. I do, with some of the commentary I heard, someone said that they empathize with this type of facility as a big need for our community. I think that was Leslie Gordon, and I really do empathize. I agree with that wholeheartedly, that we do need more types of facilities such as these. One testifier also mentioned that she felt 5 or 6 residents might be a more appropriate size for the neighborhood. Somebody else said this is not a good fit for this community on Calvert Street, and I think it has to do with the number of residents that are being proposed. The resolution states that whereas adjacent properties will not be adversely affected by this water issue.
Other call, we're not okay.
On, Tim.
But could I offer a comment? We're fine, Councilman Beckius, you've come.
Looking to at least double the size area of the lot, not the area of the building. And so to me, that has the Pinedale is that what's more. I do think, thanks again to the folks that came out and provided into consideration as a similar size building, just because the area available to
Use permit is that it's permanent. Reversionary. So I just don't like the idea. Assisted living, come in. I love.
Thank you, Councilman. We have to. I think it is, and I think Ms. Hinkleman said it best when I don't know that the infrastructure in a neighborhood, or this particular neighborhood, given what we saw today on poster boards, is set up to sustain the infrastructure that might be needed. We just don't know that, and that concerns me a lot. And to Councilman McGinnis's point, I'm going to support the appeal, and not support this concept this time in this neighborhood. This will be my 4th no vote on a similar situation. The first time we had a transitional home on South 28th Street, I voted against the Oxford home. I voted against the Michael house, and I'm going to vote against this concept going into this neighborhood. This council, this city of Lincoln, does not have a good framework or a good ordinance yet to guide us on an issue like this, and that's our fault. That's not the applicant's fault, and that's not the neighborhood's fault. That's something this city and this council will be dealing with, and that's not there yet. We've done some work on it over the past, but we don't have anything to refer to. So I don't know how we can, in good faith, move forward for the sake of the applicant or for the neighborhood. We're just not there. So I want to say that. I also want to say we've all have our story. My own mother had dementia at the end of her life, and it's horrible. I don't think anyone in this room would disagree. We all are pained by it, and I appreciate all the testimony, because on both sides of this issue, it's difficult, and we all want people to get the service they need and deserve, and what kind of precedence does this set? And I think we.
It only does this is what this storm based on everything. This is something that is being 5 to 10 year cohorts, but ourselves and for our family in a multi-story, huge facility.
Again?
The number
Play for a week.
That we have, and if we craft going through a thought more stringent, people are.
It's designed. The city council can either choose not for additional review and to this. That's how with a different set of work right now, and it may be arbitrary, but that.
I need a.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for clarifying.
Thank you. Shob?
No.
Suarez?
No.
Ward?
No.
Motion lost, 3-4.
Okay, now we're back to the original motion on the floor, I believe, which is to, we have a motion and a second on 5B as it stands. I think we've had further discussion, so did you have a comment, Councilman Shob? Please, go ahead.
Yes, I did. I spoke with my colleagues to either side, and I asked our staff about making motions, and my idea was to make a motion to limit the size. My idea was to make a motion to make sure the property reverts back if it's ever sold. But I think I hear from the council that we've all pretty much made up our mind, and I think we should just go ahead and vote. And I think that would be the best for all of us.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments? One more. Yes, Councilman McGinnis?
Clarification for
Okay.
Councilperson Suarez also.
Yes.
A vote
Yes.
yes would be voting in favor of this
Of the appeal.
project.
Here
And a
comes
vote
Mr.
no would be a vote against moving this project forward.
Yeah, just so we're all crystal clear and creating a clear record to the extent we can at this point. The application is before you as if you're the first body hearing it. So if the motion on the table is to approve this application. If you vote yes for that, then you're voting to approve the special permit and this use. A vote no is against that. You do need 5 affirmative votes. So if the vote is not with 4 affirmative votes on the initial motion, you may need to consider a second motion to have final action on the item.
Okay, so yes is to approve, no is to not approve
Right.
the appeal. The application.
no,
Sorry,
the
sorry. I know.
application.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
That's what
Yes.
confusing.
I know, you guys.
Come on, Tammy,
All right.
You've been through this before.
I know. All right.
Can I make just one more?
Yes, Councilman Bowers.
I just want to make one more public comment, and I think it's just because this is like just weighing on me so much. I mean, I typically have a history of taking hard votes to vote in favor of these type of facilities. I mean, my voting record has reflected that, and so for me to not vote in support really is a change from what I've done in the past. And so I want to be super clear when I say that. It's not, the traffic is not my hesitation. The parking is not my hesitation. So I mean, I want to get that clear, and I would like to see something like this come forward that does work. And in response to, I think the comment being made about, no one's working on there hasn't been a claim that we need to figure out these kind of ordinances, and I don't think that's true. I mean, folks on this council have been working for months trying to figure out how do we label group homes, and what does that look like to provide some sort of and so
For years.
I would say that I disagree that there hasn't been a push from the council or a perceived need from the council to address this. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Again, I'm rambling a little too much, but this is a change in pace from how I'm voting on, and I want to make that clear, and I look forward to working something out in the future for this.
Yes, Councilman. Any other comments before the vote? Any other? All right, and everyone's clear. Okay. Madam Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Bowers,
No.
Beckius,
Yes.
Washington,
No.
McGinnis,
No.
Schob,
Yes.
Suarez,
No.
Ward.
No.
Motion lost, 3-4.
No. It
5-2.
was 5-2.
5-2.
Two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we together, Madam Clerk?
No.
Application fails, would that be a better way to say that?
Can I call the vote again, just to clarify?
Yeah.
We got those
5-2?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Sure. So do you want to announce the vote again, Madam Clerk, then?
Excuse me, I'm
Please.
sorry.
Thank you. No, you're fine.
Motion failed, 5-2.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
You guys look so stoic.
Okay. All right. 5-2.
That concludes section 5 of our agenda.
All right, thank you all for your forbearance, and we have a request for a break. So we will reconvene at 7:30.
May I just say something?
Yes, sir. Do you want to identify? Could you identify yourself, please?
This is my first time before this body, and I want to say to each and every one of you how impressed I am with your thoughtfulness and your concern about the right kinds of issues. Our city is blessed to have you. And I don't say this because of the vote. I say this because of your consideration, because of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. we go. Thank you. The council has now reconvened. Thank you, Mr. Spooner. Thank you for your waiting.
No problem. Justin Spooner with Call.
I have to call item first.
Oh,
Section
sorry.
6A, or Section 6, Public Hearing Ordinances, second reading related to resos. Item 6A is change of zone 23017. Application of Justin Spooner for a change of zone from R6 Residential District to B3 Commercial District on property generally located at 701 North 27th Street.
Am I recognized?
Yes. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Justin Spooner, Colliers, Nebraska, Commercial Real Estate, 11516 Miracle Hills Drive, Omaha. I am here representing Stanley and Wendy Zhu, the owners of the property at 701 North 27th Street. Stanley and Wendy are the owners of Imperial Palace, the restaurant. They had bought this property in 1971, constructed their restaurant, and operated it through about 2020 when the pandemic began. And they have then shifted their business to a smaller model at North 48th Street. And is it Cotton? Layton District, excuse me. And have since wanted to sell their property. One thing that you'll note, the reason that we're here is the property itself has two zoning classifications, a small sliver being R6 and the majority of it being B3. That has proven to be a hindrance to the Jews in the potential sale of their property, as well as inconsistent. That zoning is inconsistent with all commercial properties surrounding it, as well as a majority of, if not all but maybe two properties on the 27th Street corridor from I-80 to Highway 2. So I am here to request a change of zone for that small sliver to B3 in order to bring it within consistent zoning of the surrounding properties.
Thank you for that explanation. Any questions for Mr. Spooner? Any comments? We appreciate you being here tonight.
That was simple.
Yeah, it was. Thanks for your forbearance once more.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Justin. All right. Anyone else present that would like to testify on this item that we may or may not be able to see at this moment? Okay. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, let's move on.
Call item 6B, 6C, and D together. Annexation 23004, application of Nebraska Horsemen's Benevolent and the Protective Association, Inc., to annex approximately 6.75 acres more or less on the property generally located at West Folsom Street and West Denton Road, and the related conditional zoning and annexation agreement between the city and Nebraska Horsemen's Benevolent and Protective Association, Inc., for the annexation and development of property generally located at the southwest corner of West Denton Road and South Folsom Street, and the change of zone 05061F, application of Nebraska Horsemen's Benevolent Protective Association, Inc., for the change of zone from AG Agriculture District to B2 Planned Neighborhood Business District PUD, and expansion of approximately 6.75 acres more or less to the Southwest Village PUD B2 Casino area for additional temporary parking on the property generally located at West Folsom Street and West Denton Road.
Thank you, Director Carey.
Good evening, David Carey, Director of the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. On behalf of the applicant, not sure if they were in attendance, but it's been a long night.
Yeah.
But regardless, I think it'll help just to simply put the overhead up and show what we're talking about. Really what we have here is three separate items that are related. We have a change of zone from the Ag District to the B2 Planned Neighborhood Business District to bring an area that is outlined in the dash here into the existing Southwest Village PUD. What you have on the south side of Denton Road, this is the location of the casino that is building. We have the temporary setup out there right now. Basically, this is in for annexation change of zone as well as a zoning and annexation agreement to allow for this additional smaller area that they now own to be brought into the PUD and to be used temporarily for additional parking while the construction is ongoing. And so what this does is gives them some flexibility for the interim period, and then the decision will be made in the future about what they might do or not do with that temporary parking once the full structure is open and up and running. I will also just note that there is no concern with additional turning movements because this additional parking will be accessed from the internal drive, so there's really no impact on Denton Road. So that was one of the more immediate questions we had at that point, and that was resolved. So with that, I can try to answer any additional questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Carey? Councilman McGinnis?
Yeah. Sorry, my computer died. Been a long night. So they just want to bring this in on the PUD, and the PUD is already a B2 PUD?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. They're changing that to B2, but
right.
It's just the whole thing's a B2. And
correct.
Okay. And there's an annexation agreement just for that piece?
Yes, because at this point, they're basically agreeing within that agreement that they, at this point in time, are not going to be served with water and sewer. They don't need to be. It's going to be parking. And then that future decision will have to be made eventually for some type of more permanent use.
Does it need to be annexed?
I think it does. For a commercially zoned property, we almost always bring in an annexation of that. We don't always serve it with water and sewer, but we do want those properties to be brought in. And in this case, since it's adjacent and owned already, that it makes sense to do it this way.
Okay.
Yeah, for
My
a change of
only
zone,
question is,
we would want to
they're only
annex
going to
it.
use it for storage. Do they need it to be annexed? Okay, that's their decision, so.
Councilwoman Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Carey, I see the map you have on the screen, and I think the page before and the attachment for, I think, the annexation shows a slightly different shape. And it looks like it crosses Denton, but I also recognize that there's been some construction on West Denton. And I just wanted to make certain that all of this is going to get cleaned up and that we really are only talking about their property on the south side of Denton.
Yes, so this map, I think, clarifies that. So what this also is doing, it's bringing in the right-of-way of West Denton Road, which is typical of an annexation.
Okay.
The adjacent roadway.
Yeah, but not the neighbor on the north side.
Correct.
Not their frontage. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you, Director Carey.
Thank you.
Glad you were here. All right, Madam Clerk. Anyone else present? No. Or outside the chambers that would like to speak on this issue? Seeing none, let's move on.
That concludes section 6 of our agenda. We shall move on to section 7, ordinances, third reading and related resolutions. Item 7A is amending Lincoln Municipal Code section 2.76.040, definitions to revise the definitions for department head and immediate family, and to add a definition for personnel department by amending section 2.76.380, sick leave with pay, to allow probationary employees to use sick leave by amending section 2.76.395, vacation leave with pay, to allow probationary employees to use to use vacation leave by amending Chapter 2.76 Personnel System to add a new section number 2.76.403 entitled Paid Parental Leave to allow for full-time and part-time probationary and regularly unrepresented employees to be eligible to receive up to 6 weeks of paid parental leave following the birth, starting a placement, or through an adoption or foster care of children. Introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Further discussion?
This is a good thing.
Yeah, thank you.
Indeed. Any other comments?
Sorry I wasn't recognized.
All right. We always recognize you. Having no further discussion, please call the vote.
Beckius?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Suarez?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7B is approving the lease agreement between the City of Lincoln and the Nebraska Department of Administrative Services on behalf of Health and Human Services for the lease of space by Health and Human Services at 1330 N Street, Suite A and B from February 22nd, 23 through December 31st of 2029. Introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Suarez?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7C is amending Lincoln Municipal Code, Chapter 19.03 Fire Code by amending sections 19.03.022, 1903.084, 1903.092, 1903.100, 1903.108, 1903.122, 1903.190, 1903.250, by repealing section 1903.086 and by adding new sections 1903.103 and 1903.211 to be consistent with the International Fire Code, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 70 is amending section 2.06.210, 2.08.250, 2.08.390, and 24.12.425 to clean up incorrect outdated language in the building code and the Lincoln Plumbing Code, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Schob,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 70 is amending Lincoln Municipal Code, Section 8.20.030, definitions in Section 8.20.120, flood establishment, exemptions to be consistent with the Nebraska Food Code changes approved on August 6, 2020, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Suarez,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7F is amending Chapter 10.26 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to arterial streets to amend Highway 2 references to Nebraska Parkway, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Washington. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Still call it Highway 2.
Yeah,
Item 7G is amending section 5.52.070 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to shared mobility operator selection to amend the number of shared mobility operator permits allowed from 2 to 3, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Washington. Further discussion?
The birds.
Seeing none, please call the vote.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7H is amending Lincoln Municipal Code Section 4.62.025, investment of plan assets to revise the language to reflect that the plan holds assets other than those listed in Nebraska Revenue State Statute 30-3209, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Washington. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7I is amending Lincoln Municipal Code, Chapter 9.16, offenses against public decency to remove the prohibition, to remove the prohibition
Hey.
It's late. It's late.
of gambling by repealing sections 9.16.010, 9.16.040, 9.16.050, 9.16.060, 9.16.070, 9.16.080, 9.16.090, and 9.16100, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Somebody.
Thank you, Councilwoman Suarez. Seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
McGinnis,
I guess yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
What about the
Beckius,
children?
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7J is amending section 1.24.010 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to penalty for violations to remove the additional penalty of license or permit revocation, cancellation, or forfeiture, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Schob,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7J. No, I'm sorry, I lied.
7K, I believe.
7K, yes. Amending Chapter 9.28 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to offenses by or against minors as it relates to the use of tobacco by increasing the age from 19 to 21 to be congruent with state law, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Washington.
I can get by.
Further discussion?
Second.
Seeing none, please call the vote.
Suarez,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7L, amending Lincoln Municipal Code Section 10.12.030, traffic control signal legend to add green bicycle, yellow bicycle, and red bicycle to the signal legend by amending Section 10.14.220, turns restricted at intersections with automatic signals to clarify the language. Introduced by Bowers.
So moved. Second.
Seconded by Schob. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Beckius.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Suarez.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7M is amending Lincoln Municipal Code Sections 4.54.020, 4.54.30, 12.04.010, 12.04.020, 12.08120, 12.08130, 12.08210, 12.08220, 12.08330, 12.24010, 12.24020, 12.24030, 12.24060, 12.28010, 12.28020, 12.28030, and 12.32.010 to update, make clear, and correct typographical errors as it relates to the Community Forestry Advisory Board, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and the Parks Department. Introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Washington. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
No.
Schob.
Yes.
Suarez.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-1. Item 7N is amending Lincoln Municipal Code Section 2.02.020, Departments of the City designated to delete partners from Director of Aging Partners by amending Chapter 2.40, Aging Partners Department to rename the chapter Department of Aging and amending any references to aging partners throughout the chapter to reflect Department of Aging for consistency. Introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Suarez.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. That concludes Section 7 of our agenda. Section 8 is resolutions first reading, items 8A through 8C. Section 9 of our agenda is ordinances first reading and related resolutions, items 9A through 9C. And our pending list is Section 10, items 10A through 10D.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Tonight is open public comment evening. If there's anyone outside the chambers that is wanting to speak to the council, tonight is the evening to do so. I don't believe we have anyone outside.
Madam Chair, no one
Yes.
coming forward. I move we adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Washington. Madam Chair, please call the vote. Or Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Schob.
Yes.
Suarez.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
We are adjourned.
Yay.